Tes tes.
Oh iya. Tes. Ah, ini aja kali ya.
Tes. Oh,
Ini kan di tangan kamu kan. Next slide.
Oh iya, tes tes. Tes 1 2 3 tes. Bisa bisa.
Ini mati nih.
Kita aja.
tes. Cek. 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 Sisa 1 strip lagi. Ya. Tes. Delapan. Konsolidasi sama SDM itu. Balas SDM BPS. Itu dia, Bu. Okay, good morning everybody. Kok enggak kena iki ya? Cek, 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 cek. Iya, kayak kurang kenceng aja. Cek, cek.
Oh, ya ini Kak. Padahal nyala. Iya.
Cek. Kenceng banget. Okay, good morning everyone. This is the third day, I suppose. So the same as yesterday. To make it us more refreshed, let us start with the semangat pagi. What is it? Yell, yell. Yell, yell itu apa sih bahasanya? Yell, yell. Okay, semangat pagi. Pagi, pagi, pagi. Sebadi, 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 sebadi. Okay, thank you. Oh, diulang. What is that? Semangat. Manir. Okay, okay. Oh, let's rise, huh? Okay. Oh, so. Malu saya. Okay, semangat pagi, 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 pagi. Sebadi, manyan, manyan, manyan. Okay, thank you everyone. Please sit down. In Indonesia, manyun means yeah, like tired, feeling tired or something like that. Yeah. It's the opposite. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so this morning we are going to listen to a presentation still regarding the SEA. So the morning session will be the overview of SEA and then continue with the secondary data collection from the under the Deputy of Production Statistics. And so for the first session, we have here Bu Eti, Miss Eti, and also Miss Effie. Miss Eti, Miss Effie. They're going to present about the overview of SEA-AFF, concept, principles, and structure. Okay, Miss Eti and Miss Effie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dias. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Before we start discussing today's topic, let me introduce myself. My name is Effie Yuliani. You can call me Effie. My current position is a senior statistician in Directorate of Production Account, BPS Statistics Indonesia. I am a member of SEEA implementation team, and I am also responsible for the compilation of GDP both annually and also quarterly. And here's with me, Ibu Eci Tasria. She's my supervisor anyway. She's the leader of SEEA implementation team. And she is an associate statistician in Directorate of Production Account also. So I'm glad to have a chance to talk about SEEA-AFF. This is a system of environmental economic accounting for agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. So it's a system that helps us to see how farming, forestry, and fishing affect the environment and the economy. with the SEEA-AFF, we can call it SEEA-AFF. We don't just look at how much we produce in the economic activity, but we also look at the how much natural resources that we use in economic activity, like land, water, and energy. So by compiling the SEEA-AFF, it can help us to find better ways to manage resources and also how to keep the production strong without the environmental damage and sustainable. So here, the guide to our discussion today, I'll break down into 3 parts. So first, we're gonna discuss about the overview. We'll start with a quick look at what SEEA-AFF is and what its matter. And then we're gonna continue discussing about the concept and principles. What is the key ideas behind the system and how it works. And the last, we're gonna discuss about the structure of the SEEA-AFF. We're gonna explore how SEEA-AFF is organized, including the main accounts and how they fit together. We start from the overview. So before we dive in the SEEA-AFF, here's the highlight of the importance of SEEA. As we know that GDP is a traditional economic indicators, which we know that it's only focused on economic growth and development. We know that GDP does not measure environmental sustainability, as the Robert notes here. You can read a country called exhausts its mineral resources, cut down its forests, and hunt its wildlife and fisheries to extinction, but measured income wouldn't be affected as this asset disappear. This highlight a critical gap between economic growth and the environment. So SEEA fills this gap by integrating economic data and environmental data. So it allows us to see beyond GDP. So we have to think beyond GDP, not only economic growth and development, but we have to consider the environment. Not only see how much we produce in economic activities, but also we have to consider how much natural resources used in the economic activity and how the economic activity impact the environment. This is what we want to say, that we have to think beyond GDP. This is the development of SEEA. We know that SEEA is part of a broader system. It includes, SEEA Central Framework, which measure the depletion and also valuation. We also have SEEA Experimental Ecosystem Accounting to measure the ecosystem services. And here, as you can see, there is SEEA-AFF here. This is a satellite account under the System of Environmental Economic Accounting. Well, we know that SEEA provides a comprehensive framework for linking environmental and economic data, but SEEA-AFF focus on specific sectors, which is agriculture, forestry, and also fisheries activities. So let's think about that. SEEA is a big picture, and SEEA-AFF as a detailed zoom in on how these sectors use resources like land, water, energy, and how they impact the environment. Actually, in the certain sectors here, it's only on agricultural, livestock, forestry, and also fisheries. So in short, SEEA-AFF applies SEEA principles to give us a better understand on how to manage natural resources in the agricultural sector. By the way, as you can see here, this is the newest version of SEEA-AFF, which published in 2020 to replace the white cover one, which published in 2018. And you can download this manual in the UN website. And for your information, Bu Eci here is one of the author of this book. So if you download this manual, you can find her name in the book. Yeah. Yeah, she's one of the contributors. So how lucky we are here. We are discussing about this topic and the master is here with us. Okay, this is the detailed definition of SEEA-AFF. We know that this is the international standard. It's a statistical system used to organize data in a way that provides a picture and analysis of the relationship between the environment and economic activities in agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors. By implementing SEEA-AFF, we can gain knowledge about the environment and the output of agricultural, forestry, and fisheries activities in order to analyze food security, and we can also analyze environmental condition and the resilience of food, clothing, and material production. And we can also analyze potential for bioenergy and other alternative resources. And by implementing SEEA-AFF, we can also analyze issues related to income and employment in rural areas. So this is the benefit of SEEA-AFF. Here you can see the development of SEEA-AFF, the history behind development of SEEA, what is becoming the reason behind development of SEEA-AFF. There is two reasons here. The first reason is related to the separating data collection, because we know that data on production, consumption, income, and also asset are usually collected by different agencies using different methods, right? Because the definition and also process are not the same, it's hard to see how this aspect connect. For example, we might know the amount of agricultural production, but we don't know how much water or how much land we use to produce it. So this is the first reason of the development of SEEA-AFF. And the second reason is we know that economic data like production, trade, price, and jobs are usually analyzed without considering the environmental impact. So this means we can see economic growth, but we cannot tell if it's causing environmental damage or using too many natural resources. So this is why SEEA-AFF matters. SEEA-AFF brings economic data and also environmental data together in one framework. This helps us to understand the link between production, resource use, and also environmental impact, supporting a country which implements SEEA-AFF to have better decision for sustainable development. This is the development of SEEA-AFF. Let's move to the benefits of SEEA-AFF. We know that SEEA-AFF helps us find data gaps, overlaps, and inconsistency. So by identifying these issues, we can focus on what matters most and make data collection more efficient. Since SEEA follows the national accounting system, it can support us to integrate data. So it can be useful for developing a national balance framework, useful for integrating economic data. It also useful for expanding the national balance approach by incorporating environmental information, meaning that the approach for modeling and analysis within the balance can be conducted. It can be useful for the system use is not restricted to any particular term and serve as a versatile framework for recording useful information in various contexts. So this is the benefits of SEEA-AFF. So let's dive into the data domains in SEEA-AFF. There are 10 data domains in SEEA-AFF, which covering key areas related to the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries as well. So each country can choose which domains to focus on based on their priorities and needs. So you can see here the 10 data domains. The first one is agricultural products and related environmental asset. And the other data domains is forestry products and related environmental assets. There is viscous products and related environmental asset, water resources, energy, air emission, fertilizer, nutrient flows, and pesticides. There's also land, soil resources, and other economic data. So you can choose which domain you want to focus on based on your priority. For example, if your country facing a water scarcity, you might be prioritize of or focus on water resources. Or if your country depends more on forest, you might prioritize on forest resources. You can just pick what what is data domains that you want to develop. You don't have to compile all the data domains, but you can pick which is your priority based on your country's condition. I mean, so by selecting the right domains, so you can get a better understand how the economic activity affect the environment and make a better decision for sustainable development. So this is the 10 data domains in SEEA-AFF. So this is the users of SEEA-AFF. SEEA-AFF can be useful for various institutions, including statistical offices, and also it will be useful for national account compilers. And the other users is government. Government agencies can use SEEA-AFF to design better policies by understanding how agricultural, forestry, and fisheries activities affect the environment and the economy. And the other users is natural resources manager. And also, it's also useful for business association and individual economic units. And the other users of SEEA-AFF is academic and research institution, and also for international organization. So here's the users of SEEA-AFF. In Indonesia, the users is mainly used by policymaker, researcher, both academic or business. And here, the applying the SEEA-AFF framework in terms of data and statistical coordination. It is used as a database to analyze data gaps and data filling, as well as in data collection and reporting. In terms of determining indicators, one of the reasons for developing SEEA is to derive indicators. You know that our main goals is to deriving indicators, because indicators is matter and we can use the indicators to give us an information to make a better policies, etc. And that you pick the comparability between data sources. And similar to SEEA Central Framework, SEEA-AFF can generate 3 types of indicators. So SEEA-AFF can generate descriptive statistics, also indicators and environmental asset aggregates, and we can get environmental ratio indicators from SEEA-AFF, just like similar with SEEA Central Framework. And in terms of conducting analysis and modeling as a form of development, information in SEEA-AFF can be used to build environmentally extended input-output table. So we can extend the input-output table into environmentally extended input-output table. Once you calculate environmental extended input-output table, you can get various analysis such as multiplier analysis, structural decomposition. We can also get international trade modeling, life cycle analysis, and many more. So this is the applying the SEEA-AFF framework. Okay, that's an overview, the introduction of SEEA-AFF. Now let's discuss about the concept and principles. We start with the stage of SEEA-AFF development. In the first stage, We obtain data, we collecting the data from 10 main data sources, or only just a few main data sources. We have just discussed the 10 domains in the previous slides, and then we can structure it into the core accounting balance framework according to SEEA central framework and also the system of national accounts, because our national accounts using SNA. And now we are still using SNA 2008. After that, after collecting the data, we move to the next stage. The second stage is data for specific variables in the core balance are then merged and presented in a combined presentation. We will discuss more about the combined presentation in the next slide. And the last stage, from the combined presentation, this is the core goal. We are compiling or implement SEEA-AFF. We are deriving indicators. We can obtain the indicators that can show the trends in the relationship between agricultural, forestry, and also fisheries activities and the environment. So this is the stage, the three main stage of SEEA-AFF development. Now we move to the detail of the stage in the previous slide. This is the pyramid of SEEA-AFF compilation. This is the compilation process on SEEA-AFF. At the base layer, you can see we start by collecting basic data and statistics, including population and employment. We are collecting data in production and consumption. We also collecting data about inputs and residuals, natural resources and environmental assets, and we are collecting other economic data. After that, we move to the second layer, as you can see in the slide, which is base accounts. At this level, raw data will be organized into standardized accounting table following SEEA-AFF guidelines in the form of asset accounts and flow accounts. I think that you've already get the explanation about asset account and flow accounts in yesterday's presentation, right? So after compiling basic accounts, we can compile combined presentation. We move to the other layer. You can see the combined presentation in the slide. We can combine we can compile this combined presentation. This is the thematic accounts which focus on specific area relevant to agriculture, forestry, and also fisheries activities. And the last layer, it's indicators and indicator sets. Okay, I will continue the presentation after compiling the combined presentation. So we can derive sustainability indicators from accounting tables. For example, like we can derive indicators like emission intensity, and then there is indicators like deforestation rates and other sustainability indicators which gonna be useful for policymakers. So this is the process of compilation in SEEA-AFF. We can move to the next slide. So this is some concept related to the combined presentation, because we know that in compiling SEEA-AFF, there is a lot of layers, right? There is combined presentation and also base accounts. So let's start to discuss the combined presentation first. The combined presentation, including select information from the base accounts. So the combined presentation in SEEA-AFF provide a full picture of the interaction between economic sectors and their environmental context. So in combined presentations, both monetary and physical information are displayed, but they don't always share the same unit of measurement. This means that some data is presented in terms of quantities like tons of timber or hectares of land, but the other data is presented in terms of value, in monetary terms, I mean. So SEEA-AFF includes 4 thematic combined presentation that help organize and understand the relationship between economic activities and environment.
The first theme is activity and product specific input, as you can see in the slide. This theme focus on the resources used in producing specific goods and services, such as water, energy, and fertilizer in agriculture. So it helps us to identify how much input is required for different production activities. This is the first theme of SEEA-AFF. We move to the second theme. This is the food product consumption and waste. This theme tracks the journey of food product from production to consumption, including how much is consumed and how much goes to waste. It helps us to understand food security and efficiency in food system. We move to the next theme. There is four thematic, right? The next theme is use of environmental asset. This theme looks at how natural resources like land, water, forests, and fisheries are used. It highlights the balance between resource use and sustainability. And the last theme is the cross industry and activity perspective. This theme shows the connection between different industries and activities. It helps us to identify how agriculture, forestry, and also fisheries interact with other sectors and environment. So this presentation provide a clear picture of how economic activities depend on and impact the environment, supporting better decision making for sustainable development. Okay, this is the concept of combined presentation. Let's move to the concept of best accounts in the SEEA-AFF. So the type of basic accounts in SEEA-AFF utilize several types of basic accounts to systemically organize environmental and economic data related to the agricultural, forestry, and also fisheries, right? So these accounts provide a structured approach to capture resource use and also production process, environmental impact, and economic contribution. There are two types of SEEA-AFF, the type of base accounts here. There are physical flow accounts or physical supply and use tables, and also asset accounts. Before we continue to discuss about the base accounts, so I want to give you an explanation about stock and also flows in SEEA-AFF. You can see the diagram in the slide. The stocks and flows in SEEA-AFF framework illustrate the relationship between environment and economy through the movement of resources. Look at the assets section on the left side of the diagram. It highlights the natural resources that from the initial stock, such as land, timber, water, and ecosystem. You can see that P means price or monetary value, and Q means quantity or physical terms. And the flow section, it shows how resources like materials, energy, water, and ecosystem services move from the environment to the economy, which measure both in physical quantity and also monetary value. For residuals bulk, as you can see in the slide, this bulk represent the output that returns to the environment after economic activities. The economic activities like production, consumption process, accumulation, import, export. There is mitigate and manage bulk also in the diagram, which represents action taken to minimize environmental impacts and promote sustainable resource management, as well as policies like, taxes and subsidies policy. And if we look at the right boxes, there are national wealth box and also benefit box. National wealth reflects the extent of a country's wealth when natural resources are considered as capital that can be sustainability utilized, and the benefits or costs show how the environment provides economic benefits but also incurs costs if not managed properly. So this is the diagram to give us a better understanding about the concept of stocks and flows in SEEA-AFF. So let's discuss about the base account, and we start to discuss the flow accounts first. This is the physical flow accounts. I think you've already get an explanation about flow accounts in yesterday's topic, in yesterday's presentation. The physical flows accounts record the flows of material and energy from the environment, also within the economy, and back to the environment. For example, the flows of water from the environment to the economy, the use of water in the economy, and the polluted or treated water back to the environment. So that's a basic explanation. And then we now move to the principle of flow accounts. This is some principle of flow accounts, the measurement of flows from the environment to the economy, and from the economy to the environment is required, or we have to record these flows. And the measurement use physical units of measurement in terms of measurement unit. The presentation is made using the supply and use table framework. We still use the same framework as in SEEA Central Framework and also SNA. And the resulting table is called the physical supply and use table, which shows the physical flows occurring between household, government, industries, and the rest of the world. This is the basic form of a physical flow accounts. As you can see, this table both supply and also use table designed to measure and present the interaction between environment and the economy. In this supply and use table, there are three main rows, as you can see in the slide, the three main rows, each row representing a different type of loads. The first row, you can see the natural inputs there, both in the supply table and also in the use table. We have a total supply of natural inputs in this row. This is the raw materials taken directly from the environment, such as water, timber, or other extraction from the environment. These inputs are the starting point for production activities. And the second row, we have products, both in supply and use table. It reflects the total output of the economy. The total of product is the sum of the output produced by industries in our country or domestic production, plus the imports from the rest of the world. This is the total supply of products. And then we have residuals here. Ini. Oh, Ibu mau bantu. Thank you. And we have raw residuals here. This is the total residual from economic activity. And as you can see in the table, in the residuals can be generated by industries and also can be generated by household and also accumulation, and can be used by the industries for collection and treatment of waste and other residuals. And it can be used by the column of accumulation there, accumulation of waste in controlled landfill sites. And also it can be flows direct to the environment, going back to the environment. We use natural resources from environment, but the residuals is flows going back to the environment, right? This is the basic form of physical flow accounts. Okay, after we discuss flow accounts, let's move to discuss asset accounts. This is the basic form of asset accounts. Maybe I want to explain detail because in yesterday's presentation, my friends already explained it in detail. So I will skip this. This is the principle of asset accounts. This is also already explained by my friends in yesterday's presentation. I think I will skip this too. This is important for us because this is the data domains and base accounts of SEEA-AFF. This table shows the data domains and base accounts used in SEEA-AFF. Each data domain, if you remember the 10 domains before, right? The 10 domains before, Each data domain, like agricultural products, forestry products, water resources, has a specific physical flow and asset accounts. For example, here, if you see the data domains in agricultural products and related environmental assets, it include physical flow accounts for crops, physical flow accounts for livestock products, asset account for livestock, asset account for plantation. And another example, data domain in water resources, maybe. Water resources cover like physical flow accounts for water use and abstraction, as well as asset account for water stock. As you can see here, not all data domains have a monetary version. You can see the base accounts, each data domain. Not all domains have a monetary version. We only calculate in physical terms only. Some only includes physical flow and asset accounts without corresponding monetary estimates. Okay, after we discuss about the data domains and the base accounts, so let's take a look at the scope of the SEEA-AFF activities by ISIC division and group. We are still using ISIC revision 4. Is it the same in your country? This is the scope of SEEA-AFF. We have three ISICs. It's one, crop and animal production, hunting and related services activities, which cover growing and non-perennial crops, and cover growing of perennial crops, plant propagation, animal production, mixed farming, support activities to agriculture and post-harvest crop activities, and also cover hunting, trapping, and related services activities. And the other scopes is ISIC O2, forestry and lodging. There are O21, silviculture and other forestry activities. O22, O22, lodging, gathering of non-wood forest product. It also covers support services to forestry. And the last ISIC division is O3, fishing and aquaculture. It includes both fishing and aquaculture activities. So this is the scope of the SEEA-AFF activities, which based on ISIC division and group. Okay, let's move to the structure of SEEA-AFF. We start by discussing the structure of the accounts of the combined presentation in SEEA-AFF. As you remember that there are 4 thematic combined presentation. The first theme is activity and product specific inputs. And the second theme is food product and food product consumption and waste, and use of environmental assets. And the last one is cross industry and activity perspective. Let's take a look at the first combined presentation for activity and product specific input. So this time focus on product base, showing what inputs are needed with the combined presentation for activity and product specific inputs. We can track the resource required for each specific activity and also the product. So we can see in the table, the rows show selected agricultural, forestry, and also fisheries products or activities. And I will highlight that the choice of products is provided as an example. So in practice, you can incorporate the variables and products which the products is most relevant to the issue under consideration. So you can choose what is the product that you want to use in the combined presentation for activity and product specific inputs. It's on your choice. It's on your priority to pick which product you want to compile in the table. And in terms of the column, you can see here in the columns, broad groupings of information suggested. There is economic variable here, Economic variables consist of output, export, imports, and employment. And also environmental variables group here. As you can see, it consists of land use, use of irrigated waters, energy use in agriculture, greenhouse gas emission, use of inorganic fertilizers in tons unit measurement, and use of pesticides here. So this is the basic table of basic accounts for the combined presentation framework. Let's move to the second theme. This theme focus on stage-based, the combined presentation framework for food product consumption and waste, showing how food moves and get wasted. We can follow the flow of food from production to final use and disposal using this table. In the rows, oh god. In the rows, we can see the foods product. Food products consist of agricultural products like food crops, maize, rice, wheat, palm oil, sugar, potatoes, and other food crops. And then we have meat products, cattle and buffalo meat, and so on, and other livestock products. We have honey, milk, eggs, and also the fisheries product, aquaculture, capture fisheries, and this is the food products in the row of the combined presentation framework for product consumption and waste. We also have columned here the quantity of food available, losses during processing, household consumption, and also waste generation. We have household consumption variables group here, which consists of food consumption or nutrition, household final consumption, how much food waste, and also we have supply and use variables group here, how much the output for each product and the export for each product and also imports, and how much is being used for intermediate use, and also changes in inventories. And the group for environmental variables, inputs to production, we have land use, use of irrigated water, and also greenhouse gas emissions. So this is the basic table for food product consumption and waste. Okay, let's move to the other theme. This theme is combined presentation framework for use of environmental asset. This theme focus on resource based, showing how environmental asset is used, so we can track the use and the degradation, and we can also track the regeneration of environmental resources. In the rows, you can see there is the activity in each division which covered in SEEA-AFF, agriculture, forestry, and also fisheries. And then in the columns, we have environmental assets variable like land use, soil resources, water resources, forest and timber resources, fish aquatic resources, and also livestock numbers. So this is focusing on the use of environmental assets for each activity which cover in the SEEA-AFF. So the last one for the combined presentation framework, this is the cross-country and activity perspective. This theme focus on sector-based, comparing industries, so we can compare performance and resource efficiency across different sectors. In the row table, we have the activity. The three activity covers in SEEA-AFF, and the columns we have economic variable groups and also environmental variable groups. Okay, that's the combined presentation, the basic form. And let's move to the base account, because to compile the combined presentation, we have to first compile the base account. So let's start discussing the base account. This is the physical flow accounts for crop products. If you still remember, this is belongs to the data domains in agriculture, right? If you remember the 10 domains before. So we're gonna discuss the physical flow accounts for crop products. The physical flow accounts for crop products track the movement of crops in physical terms, such as tons or kilograms. So this involves 2K table. As you can see, there is supply table and also use table. This involves each table provide information of raw products and also processed product. As you can see in the slide, each table, both supply and also use, contains raw products and also processed products. This is the basic accounts or the physical flow accounts for crops. Okay, the selected products are categorized into two types. As we discussed before, there are raw products and also processed product. You can see in the selected product, and selection of product is indicative to illustrate the logic of the accounting structure. And I will again remind you that countries will determine the actual key product for inclusion. This is, you can choose which product you want to put in the table based on your priority. So the supply table shows where crop products come from. It includes output by industry plus import. So the total supply is the sum of domestic production and imports. Ini ada kan ya? Oh, ada nih. Oh. So as you can see here, that the total supply of raw products is the sum of agricultural industry output in domestic production plus the imports from rest of the world. And if we compare it with the total supply of processed products, it's the sum of the products by manufacturing industry plus imports for processes food from the rest of the world. So here, the use table for crops, because the previous presentation is the supply table. Now we move to the use table. The rows of the use table is similar to the supply table, but the column is different, as you can see in the slide. The column in the use table indicates the intermediate consumption and also the final consumption. Let's discuss the intermediate consumption first. Here's the explanation on intermediate consumption. In the form, there are agricultural industry as a feeds and also agricultural industry as a seed. So this product can be used as agricultural as a feed, as a seed by agricultural industry, and also generation of energy products, and also can be used in the manufacturing industry for food processing and not non-food processing, as you can see in the table. Okay, that the previous slide explained about the use of the product for intermediate consumption. Now we move to how the product is being used by household final consumption and also changes in inventories. So here's the continuation of the use table for crops. Okay, now we start with of which food waste, of which food waste means the part of household food consumption that ends up as a waste. It shows how much of consumed product is not actually eaten by the household and gets discarded as a waste. This is of which food waste. And other uses, excluding those that become food consumption or food waste. And the use of the product, both raw and processed products, it can be used as changes in inventory, like post-harvest losses from output to final consumption. and also other changes in inventories, changes that occur from output until it is sold as processed product. Okay, this is the supply and use table for physical flows accounts for crops. After we discuss about crops, now let's move to the livestock product. This is the physical flow accounts for livestock product. There are two types of selected products in these accounts: livestocks and livestocks product, where livestocks product consists of agricultural industry output and also manufacturing industry output. So here, the total supply and also total use table for livestock products, but I'll go with the supply table first. Okay, in the total supply, we have imports also. The import consists of the number of livestock and meat import by the rest of the world. So we can get the total supply here in for every products of both livestock or also processed food in the manufacturing output. We can get the total supply from the output of agricultural industry and the output of manufacturing industry plus from the imports. Okay, and the use of livestock products, it also can be used for intermediate consumption. Intermediate consumption consists of livestock products used by companies as inputs. You know, in their production, they need an input. And also it can be used for, you know, like food consumption. Sorry. Ini apa sih, Bu? Bilang tadi, nggak usah. Okay. And it also can be used for the household final consumption. As you can see, it can be used as food consumption and also it can be used as food waste. You know that household final consumption consists of products purchases or obtained from other resources for analysis purposes. This household final consumption can be further broken down into food waste. And in the use table, we also have GFCF, gross final capital formation, which includes the increase in the number of livestock used for breeding or for producing milk or wool or other selected products. And also we have export, which consists of the number of livestock and meat that are exported. How much cattle and buffalo exported and how much the pigs is being exported, and also the meats and also the honey, raw milk, or the other products. So that's the explanation of the use table of physical flow accounts for livestock products. Okay, after we discuss the flow accounts for livestock, this is the asset account for livestock. Because livestock, we can compile the asset accounts. The asset accounts for livestock gonna give us, I'm sorry, we have to stop the presentation because we have to listen our national songs, anthem, national anthem.
Okay, I will continue the presentation. We're gonna discuss about asset account for livestock after we discuss the flow accounts for livestock. So asset accounts for livestock shows the number of livestock by species. So by compiling asset account for livestock, we also can see the changes in the number of livestock within an accounting period. And the asset accounts for livestock can provide further information such as livestock per hectare and estimated livestock product output, and also potential environmental impacts. So this is the concept of asset accounts for livestock. If you want to read more, please open the manual. And this is the table. This is the basic accounts for asset accounts for livestock. As you can see that in the asset accounts, we have opening stocks, also the how much the changes in the stock. There is addition to stock and also reduction in stock. And we can calculate the net change in stock. And also we can generate the closing stock, how much stock of each type of livestock. Sorry, it's typo. It must be type of livestock, not livestock. I'm sorry. So, saya baru sadar. So in the opening stock, okay, in the opening stock, we record the number of livestock at the beginning of the period. How much buffalo, how much goats in the period that we want to know or capture. And then in addition to stock, we have to record the growth in livestock that is calculated as the number of birds minus normal losses due to failure to reach maturity, such as calves that die shortly after birth. And we have to record the number of livestock imports. And we have to record the other additions, such as through the domestication of wild animals or upward reappraisal. So we can get the total addition. And then we want to record the total reduction. First, we have to record all animals slaughtered domestically. This includes normal losses that occur when reaching maturity, such as adult cattle that die due to illness. We also record how much export of stock for each livestock, not livestock, includes a live animal exported from a country during the stock year. And also we record the other reduction in stock, such as due to drug and disease outbreaks. So we can calculate the total reduction for each livestock. And then we can calculate net change in stock. And as a closing stock, we have the number of livestock at the end of the accounting period. Okay, that's how we calculate asset accounts for livestock. And we move to the other asset accounts. This is asset account for plantation. These accounts show the total harvested area by crop types in unit measurement hectares and changes over an accounting period. And these asset accounts help us to clarify the mix of plantations and their share of land use. And we also can get the information which relevant in understanding the potential environmental impacts of plantation. And this is the concept of asset accounts, that the scope of the asset account for plantation is permanent or temporary crops cultivated area, excluding area for timbers, because we have another accounts for timber. It's asset accounts for timber resources. And the information in the plantation physical asset account should be consistent with the information in the land use account. So we have to do the consolidation between asset account for plantation and the land use account. So this is the basic form of asset account for plantation. As you can see here, the basic asset account, it's start with the opening stock, and there is addition
to stock, reduction in stock, and then we can generate the closing stock in the rest. Okay, we begin in opening stock, records the total area held at the beginning of the accounting period. Maybe you have to focus on the unit measurement in the asset account of for plantation. The unit measurement here is in hectares. So we have to record the total area in hectares held at the beginning of the accounting period. And then we have to calculate changes in the total area of plantation over an accounting period. The main changes will result from additional planting, maybe removal of plants because of age or economic circumstance, for example, or catastrophic losses. And then we can calculate the net change in stock. If it's not possible to identify addition and also reduction separately, an entry for net changes in stock may be recorded. So this is based on the data availability. And the last one, we can record the closing stock. This is shows the area of plantation at the end of the accounting period. So the monetary asset accounts for plantation follows the same structure as the accounts for the physical account, except an additional column is incorporated to record re-evaluation of asset, right? Because this is the basic form for asset accounts, but if you want to compile the monetary, it's a bit different between the asset accounts and the monetary terms. Okay, let's move to the physical flow accounts for wood forestry product, but maybe Bu Eci, my supervisor, my beloved supervisor, will continue the presentation. Don't hesitate to give her questions because it's master.
No. First, I will clarify something. I'm not the author of SEEA-AFF. I'm just a contributor, one of the contributor of many other contributors in drafting the SEEA-AFF. Okay, I will continue the presentation from Effie. You know my name, SG Tasria. I'm team leader for SEEA implementation in BPS. Continuing the presentation, I will discuss about physical flows account for wood forestry products. The physical flows account for wood forestry products apply specific focus on ISIC Division 2, which is forestry and lodging, and detailing further into a 3-digit ISIC code, which is 0.1 for forestry and 0.022 for logging. In line with the SEEA central framework in which timber resources are not managed or cultivated, for example, if growth is the result of a natural process outside the production boundary, then there is no output recorded against ISIC groups. So in this, the scope for physical flows account for wood forestry record the supply and use product in physical form in cubic meter of wood. The next slide show the forestry concept that being used for SEEA-AFF. For the net increment box, the total annual net increment of timber is the asset account of timber that will be greater than this value. To maintain consistency with inventory changes in the asset account, the volume of small branches and similar part of the tree is not included in the timber flows account table. This is aligned with the definition of standing timber, which does not account for branch volume, etc. If it is not possible to separate the bark from the wood, for example, for fuel wood and round wood, then both round wood and fuel wood should be recorded under removal over bark. Gross felling is comprised of the total volume of tree, living or dead, that are felled. It includes the output of the logging activity, which is the production of round wood and felling residue, or the other name is harvesting waste. Next. Oh, yeah. Okay. We only have less than 30 minutes for the session, so I will continue with the next slide. This is the table for depicting physical flows account for wood forestry products. The supply table consists of, the row is depicting products of wood forestry product, detailed by net annual increment, gross felling, and then the other until other goods or not wood forest products. The output is detailed into forestry activity 0 to 1, lodging activity 0 to 2, and other industry 0 to 3. The output of I6021 is recorded under the net annual increment and other goods. The output for lodging activity are recorded from the gross felling until the wood fuel rows, and other industries are recorded from the row of removal of our bark until the other goods or non-wood forests. Then there is also a supply table from supply product from import, which include product imported for domestic consumption or processing, including the import for re-export. Excluded in this column are the entry in transit shipment, which are recorded in cubic meter or solid volume. Next. The other slide show the use of wood forestry products, which detailing in the intermediate consumption, household consumption, changes in inventory, and export. Under the intermediate consumption, we must detail again by the lodging industries, manufacturing industries, and generation of energy product from the wood forestry product. Next. Yeah. And then the next slide show the asset account, the base account for asset forestry and asset account for timber resources. The assessment and analysis of forest and timber resources involve two complementary perspectives. One is asset account for forestry that record the area and changes in land use for forestry. And another one is timber resources asset account that record the volume of marketable standing timber in terms of stock and changes in stock, resulting, for example, from harvesting or natural growth. The asset account here indicate the sustainability of production of timber and non-wood forest product, and accordingly support analysis of economic and social implication of changes in forest area. Looking at the proportion of the land of the role of forest in ecosystem or biodiversity management, we can also analyze the relationship about this asset that being used to economic activities and the implication for ecosystem or biodiversity management. Next one. This is the table for to show the physical asset account for forestry. We can see the row here breaking down into forest and other wooded land, which again disseminated by primary regenerated forests, other naturally regenerated forests, and planted forests. And then there is a row for forest land in total and other wooded land. All the measurement unit here is in a hectare or 1,000 hectare. The opening stock show the total area of land used for forestry expressed in 1,000 hectare available at the beginning of the accounting period. And then the next column show the changes in area for forestry, detailing in addition to stock and reduction in stock. It can be the result of afforestation. Addition to stock can be a result of afforestation, natural expansion. And reduction in stock can be a result of deforestation and natural regression. Then we have the column for net changes in stock in case we don't have information on addition to stock or reduction in stock. We can record the net changes in stock in column 5. And then the lastly is closing stock for asset account in forestry. The closing stock is total area used for forestry expressed in 1,000 of hectare again. It is available at the end of the accounting period. Then we have the definition for each row here. Primary regenerated forest mean natural forest where there is no human activities and where ecological processes are not disturbed. Other naturally regenerated forest is natural forest where there is human activities. And planted forest is forest dominated by planted tree. Then we have a row for other wooded land. The definition is the area more than 0.5 hectare. The height of the tree is more than 5 meter with a canopy cover of 5 until 10%. This is considered other wooded land, not the forest land. Next slide. Next slide show the physical asset account for timber resources. The concept of physical asset account for forestry can be found at SEEA Central Framework in Chapter 5. This account aims to analyze the natural growth of timber resources compared to removal. The focus here is to present the SEEA on timber resources found in area of forest and other wooded land. The column show first the opening stock, which is a total volume of timber resources at the beginning of the accounting period. And then we have addition to stock, which comprise of natural growth, reclassification, reclassification mean that the addition of timber from the expansion of forested area or other land type or the conversion of cultivated timberland to natural forest or vice versa. And then we have the columns, the group of columns for reduction stock. First is removal. Removal is the volume of timber removed from a forest or other wooded lands or other type of land cover. And then the next column is felling of residue. This is the volume of timber found to be rotten, damaged, or undersized at the time of felling. The next column is natural catastrophic loss and reclassification. This column record losses other than due to felling, which include losses caused by natural death, insect infestation, fire, and other physical damage. The next column is for natural losses. significant timber loss caused by natural disaster, preventing any timber from being harvested. And then the next column is reclassification. This is the decrease in timber resulting from the reduction of forested area or other land type, or the conversion from natural forest to cultivated timberland, or vice versa. Then we have a column for net changes, which determined by opening stock minus closing stock. Or in case we don't have any information on detail of addition to stock or reduction in stock, we can just record the net changes stock in this column. Next slide. Okay, 5 more minutes. This is the another core table in SEEA-AFF is physical flow account for fish and other aquatic products. Let's continue with the table form. The table form follow the framework of supply and use tables, but in physical term, this is in unit of tons, unit of measurement of ton. This is the supply table. We detailing the output of capture fish and aquaculture. And there is also import of fish and aquatic product here. Again, the choice of disseminating the fish and other aquatic product depend on the country's priorities. Next one. Because of the time limitation, I will not go into detail of this table. You can access the file, and if you have any question, feel free to ask. And then this is the use table for fish and other aquatic product. Same as before, we follow the physical supply and use framework, in which we determine the intermediate consumption of fish and other aquatic product for feed and other purpose. For household final consumption, again detailing into food and food waste and other uses by household. Changes in inventory, post harvesting loss and other changes, and the amount of fish and other aquatic product that being exported for food, non-food, and other export. Next. The next core table is for asset account for fish and other aquatic resources. We will see the table example. This is the type of fish and aquatic resources. In this regard, we determine cultivated aquatic resources, breeding stock inventories, and natural or wild aquatic resources. We record the opening stock of this kind of asset account for fish and other aquatic resources. And then there is the addition to stock from natural growth, other addition, and then there is a reduction to stock because of gross catch or harvest, natural loss, catastrophic loss, and other reduction. And then there is also a column for net changes in stock in case we don't have information on detail in addition to stock or reduction in stock. Actually, this kind of table are being more developed or extended into ocean accounting or blue economy. This is being used for developing the ocean account. The next core table is for physical flow and asset account for water resources. Next presentation. For The framework use similar type of framework used in physical supply and use table for water resources. The water resources being detailed based on abstracted water uh, from surface water, groundwater, and soil water. And then there is inland water resources from precipitation and seawater. The abstraction of water detailing the production of water, generation of return flows by the sector or industries in ISIC, and also by household. This is flow from the rest of the world or import, and then water flow from the environment that comprise the total supply of water resources. Next one. Oh, this is the third type of water resources, wastewater and reuse of water, which include wastewater and reuse water produced for distribution and for own use. The fourth type of water resources is return flow of water, and then the fifth is evaporation, transpiration, and water incorporated into products. And then this is the type of use table for flow account for water resources. The basic form is almost the same as the supply table above. Okay. We will show the presentation for physical flow account for energy use in brief because I think Mr. Andreas will follow up in the later session today about the energy account. Yeah. The physical flow account for energy use is the direct use of energy recorded expressed in joule by agriculture, forestry, and fishery activities. In line with SEA Central Framework, the measurement of energy use include consumption of energy produced on own account by AFF unit or establishment. Detailed information are given in section 4.3 of the SEA-AFF. This is the form of table that being used to present a flow account for energy use. We start with the use of energy by the agriculture activities. The supply of energy product from environment data is obtained from the previously developed energy account. You have the presentation or about the energy account yesterday, I think. You might remember. Next slide. Next. Ini udah. The next one is flows account for air emission. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, is committed to reporting emission from agriculture, forestry, and land use through the compilation of greenhouse gas inventory. In Indonesia, greenhouse gas inventory is compiled by the Ministry of Environment. BPS use the benchmark total national emission as a benchmark for air emission account. The emission of greenhouse gas from AFF activity include emission from fertilizer use or deforestation activities. This is the basic template for disseminating flow account for air emission. You have the explanation yesterday, I think, but with focus on IFF. The row here, emission by products, focus on IFF activities. Next. The next one is flows account for fertilizer, nutrient flows, and pesticide. In IFF activities, fertilizer and pesticide is highly important. Therefore, it is essential to measure their usage to assess their potential impact on the environment. In SEEA-AFF, fertilizer use is recorded in tons of nutrient equivalent, while pesticide use is recorded in ton of active ingredients. Next slide. This is the table for flow account for fertilizer. We see the amount of synthetic fertilizer produced in national level recorded in output column. The main focus for inorganic fertilizer is nitrogen, possible to add P, phosphor, and K, calcium in this presentation, in this table. Next one. For intermediate consumption, nutrient consumption is the total of both organic and inorganic fertilizer used to manage soil. While the household final consumption column depicted or recorded quantity of fertilizer products consumed by household to non-productive purpose such as gardening or lawn care. The column for change in inventory loss is the amount of fertilizer loss during the storage and transportation from production to final consumption. And other changes column recorded change in stock due to during the production to sale. Next slide. The product pesticide is recorded based on classification by FAO. Total produce of pesticide is recorded in the column output, and then total imported pesticide in import column. I think we can skip this. Last one is asset account for land. This is last one. Oh no. Second from the last one. This is asset account for land. I think my colleague has given the presentation or about the land asset yesterday. We will focus on asset account for land in SEEA-AFF section 4.6, divided into land use and land cover. Land use reflect activities undertaken and the institutional arrangement put in place, while the land cover the observed physical and biological land cover of the Earth's surface. This is the table to present the asset account for land use, especially for IFF activities. Yes, we can skip this because yesterday my colleague has given the presentation about this. Skip. Okay, I will explain about the last core account for SEEA-AFF, which is asset account for soil resources. Soil resources is a form of land account development. The focus of asset account for soil resources in SEEA is on the top layer that support biological system. Therefore, soil extracted due to construction, reclamation, and similar activities is not considered. So we will focus on the IFF activities that impact the soil resources. Soil type in a country determined by various components such as mineral content, liquids, gas, and other organic composition within the soil. For detailed explanation, please refer to SEEA-AFF section 4.7. Table presentation for asset account for soil resources are as follow. We have a type of soil resources in column 2, which record the type of soil used to agriculture or forestry only, for AFF activity only. And then there is a row of due reduction in stock due to change in quality of soil. For the example for this is change in quality of soil after compaction and acidification. And then reduction in stock due to changes in the soil environment. For example, changes in the soil environment due to desertification and land clearing. Important issue are developing the method for estimating variable and determining the classification of type of soil resources for SEEA purpose. Material on soil classification is plentiful, but its implication or application to aggregate changes in soil quality and quantity need further consideration. Desertification in this table mean type of land degradation where relatively dry land become increasingly arid, losing water bodies, vegetation, and wildlife. Desertification is generally caused by various factors, including climate change and human activities. I think that's all our presentation for today morning session.
Thank you, Bu Eci. Thank you, Bu Eci and Mbak Evi. So I think we will have 5 minutes for question and answer, and then the coffee break will be shifted to 10:45 to 11 o'clock. Okay, you have 5 minutes. If you have any questions, please. Or you are overwhelmed by the theory.
Yeah, thank you. Presentation that really clear to us to see the more detail about the step how to develop the SEEA-AFF. That's difficult than we think. Yeah. Mostly when we develop the SEEA-AFF, we should develop first flow account by each sector, right? If possible, if we do not like that, we just select some account. Yeah, for example, the asymmetric account. Now I think we difficult to develop that. We just develop only the like combines economic variable and environment variable, just only like that. And focus only for crop or livestock like that. For and then we focus on forestry and fishery. Yeah. And also we still confused about the opening stock and the cross stock for area of plantation. For Laos, we have data on the area of the plantation, area of the harvest, but when we see in the structure of opening net change and crossing like that. But how to do like that? Uh, mm, mm, mm.
Thank you, Mr. Sipasut, for your question. Yes, you are right. The type of account or table that we want to develop in SEEA-AFF is based on our priority or country priority. We can select one or two, not always all the core table in SEEA-AFF we can produce. So it is based on the national or country's priority. For Indonesia, apart from the government priority, we choose or we select the core table based on data availability. For example, in SEEA-AFF, we cannot compile the water resources and soil resources because from our data collection process, we try to uh, utilize the administrative data that being produced by other ministries or agencies, but we cannot find all the necessary data that being used to develop the water resource and soil resource. So we decided back then that we cannot produce this table. So it is based on our priority. And for Indonesia, we also consider the data availability. And then for your second question, how to develop asset account, especially for the beginning or ending period of agricultural land, for example, yeah. I think tomorrow our colleague will explain more about this in the ecosystem SEEA-AFF implementation in Indonesia. But in short, I will let you know that we have a good collaboration with the geospatial agencies. They provide us with geospatial data at the beginning of the year and at the ending of the year. So we can calculate the net changes between beginning and ending period. For example, for plantation area or for forest area. SEEA-AFF said that if we don't have detailed information on addition to stock or reduction to stock, we can just put the number on net changes. So I think some of the table we just record in the net changes column, not detailing in the addition or reduction to stock. Yes, more detailed information will be delivered tomorrow by our colleague.
All right, thank you. Is there any other questions or we can continue to coffee break? Okay, so just for the sake of discussion, Bu Eci, would it be possible if they want to, have more deeper understanding in how to implement this SEEA-AFF, would it be possible for them to propose, for example, through the ASEAN Help ASEAN framework? Yeah, so you can propose to ASEAN via your WGSNA so that we can have a deeper, implementation regarding this subject. I think that's it. Let us enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.
What is it in Laos? Terima kasih. Thank you. เข้าใจหลาย
Terima kasih banyak.เข้าใจหลายๆ that mean terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak. Jok. เข้าใจหลาย
Yes. เข้าใจหลาย
Terima kasih banyak. Lại kim rồi mày. Là cứ điều màu vẫn chết. Làm chín. Cô để phải hạ thêm.
Kia được cái thằng làm gì đấy. Xin còn đừng
กันวันนี้มุสลิมนี่กับเราแล้วก็จะมีช่วงเขาแก้อย่างหัวให้คนคนเก่งเตือนไปวันนี้เดือนดึงจบอันนี้แหละจะเป็นบูกันเดือนแบบนี้แต่ค่าเงินเป็นโคตรได้เงินตัวเองโอเคเงินตัวเองแต่แล้วมันเป็นวันพอตัวมันทำนะtanya jawab itu karena udah menerjemahkan pertanyaan aku nggak bisa tak send ke luเป็นคนเขาได้พอจะไปหูหมูเจ้าปีกเขาเป็นเรื่องจริงมันอะไรสิเนาะเห็นเพลงมันต้องไปมันเดินหน้ามันหน้าเราไม่เห็นโผล่เราไม่เห็นนะแต่ย่อโคตรเลยมันกระไรก็ได้ว่าเกิดมันไม่เห็นบริษัทเดิมก็ดูแล้วได้ดาวพ่อเดียวต้องเห็นแบบนี้ Iya. Suruh punya panjangin ya. Emang iya panjangin.
Mic-nya pakai ini, kalau mic-nya pakai ini. Alright, bahannya udah siap. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our presentation. So we have here two resource persons from the Directorate of Food Crops, Horticulture and Plantation Statistics, Miss Via, and Miss Amy.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. VIA. Via air, via sea,
Yeah.
and the one with the short hair is Miss Amy. Okay. They will present about the food crops and plantation data as a secondary data to support the SEEA-AFF. Okay, Miss Via and Miss Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Tias and everyone in here. Good morning, perhaps. Is it still morning? Sabadi? Sabadi. And as Mbak Tias mentioned, that today we will provide or present the material about food crops and plantation data. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Via. I am a part of a team of Directorate of Food Crops, Horticulture and Estate Crop Statistics from BPS. And in here, I'm not alone. I'm also with Ami. So while I am specializing in food crops data, Ami in here is specializing in plantation data. But so if you have any further question about plantation data, Ami will be very happy to receive and give a feedback. And let me start. So for the first one, I will focus on the food crops data collection as requested, that what is the methodology and what is our primary output for this survey or from our division to support this development of SEA. As a background, in BPS, we have two primary key data of food crops that we provide. The first one is paddy, and the second one is maize, and the final output is production. However, in the data collection, we combine two data sources because to obtaining the production data, we integrate two primary data, which is the harvested area data. And the second one is, let me try. The second one is the yield data. For the harvested area data, we obtain them from the area sampling frame survey. So since 2018, for paddy itself, we have implemented area sampling frame survey. While for the maize, we have already implemented the area sampling frame survey since 2019, but we just released the data about 2 years ago after we believe that it is already firm, the methodology is already stable. We released them 2 years ago, but for paddy, we actually has released the results since 2018. And this is actually not only BPS work, but initially we collaborate with another institution, such as the Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology, also the Ministry of Agriculture as well. And for the yield itself,
we use the crop cutting survey for both for paddy and maize. And the frequency of data collection is sub-round or 4 monthly. So for sub-round 1, it is January to April. And then we also design for sub-round 2, which is May to August. And sub-round 3, it refers to September to December. So basically, it is the same survey, but standing independently. And the frame is different as well. For paddy, we have already utilized the area-based sampling frame survey results. And the harvest type that we wake or that we collect the data for the yield, for paddy, it is in dry harvested paddy, or we also called it as GKP in Indonesia. And the mode that we use is already KP or computer assisted personal interviewing. And for the maize itself, the frame that we use, we are still using the individual agricultural holding approach, which is obtained from the latest agricultural census in 2023. And the harvest type for the maize, it is in dry maize scope. And the mode, we are still using the PEPI one, which is using questionnaire. But in the near future, we would like to move all of the crop cutting survey into the KP mode in the near future. And the final product, besides the harvested area data that we publish, we also publish the production data. For the paddy itself, we have two main products, which is the production of paddy in dry unhusked paddy, and the production of rice is the second one. However, since we only have the dry harvested paddy at first, we also involve the result of conversion rate survey. So BPS also conduct a conversion rate survey from dry unhusked paddy into dry GKG. From dry harvested paddy into dry unhusked paddy, and also from dry unhusked paddy to rice, using a conversion rate in the provincial level that we have been conducted in 2018. And it is also similar for maize. For maize, the final product that is used is the production of maize in dry shelled maize, and we also use conversion rate that stands independently with our conversion rate survey for paddy, which was conducted in 2020. So by using those data, we can also obtain this final product. And this is some more detailed explanation or elaboration about the methodology of area sampling frame. So I will focus first on how we obtain the harvested area data for rice. The coverage of our area sampling frame is involving the wetland and dryland paddy. And as the title of the survey, the sampling frame is the area sampling frame survey. So it was initially conducted by BPPT, or the Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology, for the development of the frame survey by our collaboration and discussion. And then they overlay those segments into our maps of paddy. So we have a sample or a unit observation of size 300 and 300 meters with 9-point observation in each segment. So as an illustration in here, this is how our sample frame construction was conducted. So the segment size is 300 and 300 meters. And then when the sample is selected, so our enumerator have to go to the field and observe in each observation point in here. So each segment contains 9 observation points, and then we will do the calculation by the proportional methodology. And just like a brief explanation that the sampling is two-phase stratified random sampling to choose sample segment, and the number of sample segment in each month. So we have a monthly, so the frequency is monthly. We have around 25,000 sample segments, which means that it is equal to around 230,000 point observation across Indonesia region in all provinces. And this is a visualization of our sample distribution, which was developed by my colleague, but he is not attending right now. And this is, we have a sample in Sumatra, also in Java Island, in, is this one is Sulawesi, also until Papua. So if you see here that a lot of dots or the sample is in Java Island. That is because our rice is actually made, the majority is concentrate in those islands. That is why the proportion of the sample is actually a lot of them in Java and then also in Sumatra. And the number of surveyor is 6,000 enumerators, and they collect, is it too big? So it's around 6,000 enumerators with the direct, so they conduct the direct observation of the rice growth pace at selected sample using the KP mode. And this is the illustration on how they collect or they observe the data in the field. So they will receive so we will distribute the sample segment into their application. And then when they have received it, they will go to the field and observe what is the state of those paddy at the time that they observe. So the frequency is monthly, as I mentioned previously, but to make it like similar or in the same time with because we have a lot of region, also a lot of area, but we would like to observe in one point at time. So we make a range of period or a period range, which is in the last 7 days in each month. So they have those period range to go to the field to fulfill their tasks. And what they observe in the field, because we also consider that in the field, there will be not always paddy. Sometimes farmer do a cultivation, another crop cultivation, or perhaps when they are going to the field, it's not always paddy. Sometimes they can also find a non-agricultural land. So in here we have 9 code that they can observe. If they found in the field that it is the land preparation, so they will put the land preparation. But if it is like a standing crop, such as early vegetative or late vegetative and generative, they can also put them as those codes. So they take a picture and then they have to observe in which state or in which growth state that the paddy that they observe at that time. If it is like in a harvest, so it will be harvest for the code. And if it is planted by another crops rather than rice, sometimes it can be maize, it can be soybean, they can also input the code in the application. And the other one is if it is unplanted agricultural land, and if it is like a house, they can put non-agricultural land. And we also accommodate if they found that in the field, it is potential to harvest failure or damage. So it will be not included in the harvest. And based on those observations, what is the primary output for this survey? So we have the harvested area, that is actually our key primary output to obtain the production data. But because we also have another growth base from this information, we can also obtain the potential of harvested area, which we can obtain from those early vegetative, late vegetative, and also the generative one. So we can predict in the next 3 months, even though it is not always the same, but it is like the base prediction that we can use, and usually the government also try to use that one to formulate the policy. And we can also have on the area of each growth base, including the area of the potential of crop failure. And for rice, the estimation level is until district or municipality and provision level. It will be quite different with maize because due to the sufficiency of the sample for maize, we only can provide until the provincial level at the lowest one. And the next one is, am I being too fast or is it okay? Okay. I will continue then. So the next one is also the area sampling frame, but this one is for maize. So basically, the methodology is quite the same, but there are just only some part that is a little bit different. For instance, because we don't have a rice field I mean, we don't have a maize field that is permanently for maize, but for rice, we have a permanently, like we also have like an information from another agency that this is the rice field, but we don't have like this is the maize field. So we combine several several information to see is it like potential for maize or no, and then we use them for the sampling as the sampling frame and as the population as well. And for maize, the segment is smaller than paddy. It is about 100 and 100 meter. So our interest is into this sample segment with 4-point observation. Why we use a smaller one? Because the cultivation of maize is not as massive as paddy. The large of the field, that is why we use a smaller one. While paddy is almost 1 hectare, maize is only like 10,000. Oh, paddy is 9 hectare, maize is only 1 hectare. And this is the illustration. So our enumerator have also to go to the field, observe this 4 observation point when it is selected as the sample. And the number of the sample segment is around 21,000, which also distributed or across Indonesia region. So while paddy covers all Indonesia provinces, for maize itself, it is not include DKI Jakarta, this place, because we doesn't have maize cultivation in this province. That is why it's only exclude this province. And it is equal to around 87,000 point observation. And this is just an illustration. So the number of surveyor is about 4,000 enumerators. Also, the frequency of data collection is also monthly. In particular, in the last 7 days in each month. So they have to go to the field in those periods, and then they are going to the field to observe maize. Whether are they like in which state or in which condition the maize one. And it is a little bit more complicated than paddy because maize have a different characteristic. So for maize, we also have land preparation if it is like in the land preparation state, and then the early vegetative, also reproductive, and for the harvest itself, we have 3 types of harvest, which is maize green forage, green maize, and shelled maize. And if it is also planted with others, it will be included as farmland planted with other than maize. And if it is damaged, so it will be included as potential for harvest failure or damage. And if it is not agricultural land, it will be in the non-agricultural land code. The output is quite similar with paddy. So our key primary output for maize is harvested area for maize. And we also can provide potential harvested area and also the area of each crop piece, including the area of potential crop failure. And the estimation level is only in until provincial level due to the sufficiency of the sample that we have. After our enumerators going to the field, to ensure the validity and the quality of our data, we also provide a time to do a data verification. So we scheduled them in the 5 days after survey implementation. So it is from 1 to 5 in the next month after survey implementation. However, since we also have this web-based monitoring, which is dedicated for area sampling frame for rice, we can also open or evaluate the data since the first day, since the day 1 of the data collection, which is in the last 7 days of each month. For instance, in here, we can see the target, how large is the target in each month. This one is for December. and also the realization and how is the percentage of the data realization. And also in each province, we can also see beside this one, we can also see what the consistency of the photos and the observation results that they input. For instance, if it is it really early vegetative or is it really harvest in the field? And then we can make a communication based on this one, and we discuss it with the enumerator. And the next one is because we also this one is really new, the web-based monitoring area sampling frame for maize. So because we just released it in 2023, and then we would like to make it as stable or as good as the paddy one. So we also provide our IT team actually that developed this web-based monitoring. So in here, it is specialized for maize, but in the near future, we would like to move it into only one web base, but it is still under development. We can also see the target, how many target that we have for one particular month, and also how large is the realization sample. For instance, in here, it is in December 2024. And even like if there is any update of the application, they can also download it from this web. And that one is, those both is for obtaining the harvested area. But as I mentioned previously, that we also have the yield data and how we obtain those data. So we have the crop cutting survey. So it actually stands independently between the rice and maize data, but in the implementation or in the field implementation, it is quite the same. What they do is the same. But for the basis, such as for the population, for rice itself, we include all the type of rice, which is wetland and dryland paddy. And for rice, the frame is already the area sampling frame data result. And so we use information on ISF observation points that have the potential to be harvested in the next cropping period. And we use a random sampling method to select plot, and this is the example. So for instance, we already got the coordinate point that this one will be harvested in the next month. So it will be like in the sample, and then they will go to the field, and this is the selected field that contain the observation point. And then our enumerators will conduct like a random sampling. So, and they will gain or obtain this selected plot size 2.5 and 2.5 meters. And this is the size of our crop cutting measurement. So we have to measure all of the paddock inside those area. And the number of samples is around 80,000 plot samples in each year. So we divide it into 3 periods, which is sub-round 1, sub-round 2, and sub-round 3. But mostly the sample is distributed in the first sub-round because that one is the time when the peak of harvest usually occur. But in total, we have around 80,000 plot samples for paddy. And as the illustration that the data collection in here, so we have 2 major data collection, which is measuring the yield, also interviewing the farmers. And for paddy, we also interviewing the farmers using KP. To obtain yield, so we are kinda use an objective measurement. We can call it an objective measurement because we measure it directly in the field. We weight the harvested rice from selected plot sample size 2.5, 2.5 using the crop cutting tools. This is our crop cutting tools. This is a stage on how what our enumerators do in the field. So the first one, they need to prepare the instruments, which is the crop cutting tools, scales, and also kepi. And they set the crop cutting tools, which is usually it needs at least 2 people in the field because it is quite large and technical. And to be set like this, So they will have a plot of 2.5 and 2.5, and then they are conducted the harvest as so they have already make an appointment with the farmers usually, and then they conduct the harvest, and then they trash and cleaning with the farmers, usually with what usually farmers do, and then weighing the harvest results. In here, for instance, it is around 3 point something in one plot. And then after they finish to weigh the yield or to weigh the paddy or the rice, they are interviewing the farmers using the KP mode. It can be in the field, in the rice field. Sometimes they are also going to their home. It depends on how the farmers would like to do the interview. And the number of the surveyor is about in total, because we are not only have the paddy and maize, but in total we have around 70,000 enumerators for the crop cutting survey. And so the frequency of data collection, even though it was designed for a 4-monthly period, but since the harvest can happen in each month, in every month, so the data collection was conducted for the whole year. When every harvest was happened in the field. And the main output is yield, which is in ton per hectares at the end. And also we have another supporting information such as the cultivation practices, seed, pest attack, and any others one. And the estimation level for the result of crop cutting survey is in district or municipality level with the frequency of the data provision in every 4 months or sub-round. And the next one is actually the same. So it is quite similar with paddies for the implementation in the field. They're also doing the same one. But the population in here, we are still using the individual agricultural holding approach. So for the sampling frame, we use a stratified multi-stage sampling design to select block census and individual agricultural holding based on the 2023 agricultural census data. And after that, when the field is selected, our enumerators, just like in body, will select which plot that should be selected for the crop cutting measurements or to be weighed, the yield to be weighed. For instance, in here, this is the first step or the first point that I have to set the crop cutting equipment like this. And then they will weigh all the maize inside those plots. And the number of the sample for maize is around 37,000 plot samples. The size is the same. And the data collection is also similar. However, for maize, as I mentioned previously, it is still use PEPI for now to get the additional information related to maize cultivation. And the main output is also yield, but for this one, it is yield for maize cob, and also another supporting information such as cultivation practice and any other information that is relevant to the cultivation. And by doing those two surveys, we can obtain the yield. To obtain, at the end, we would like to obtain the production, as I mentioned in the beginning. And to give an illustration, here I also provide the example of the output that we have. The first one from the area sampling frame survey, we can obtain the rice harvested area data, also the maize harvested area data. So for instance, we can visualize or we can see the trend of the rice harvested area data year by year. Besides the national level, actually from the result we can also see the illustration of how is our rice harvested area data is distributed across the province. And in here we can also see like mainly a larger rice harvested area data is concentrated in around Java Island. And about 70%, for instance, the national rice harvested area is contributed by 7 provinces, which is Java, East Java, Jawa Tengah, Jawa Barat, or West Java. Sulawesi Selatan is in here, Lampung, Sumatera Selatan, and Sumatera Utara. And similarly, for the rice harvested area for maize, we can also obtain a similar result that might be used for the stakeholders. So we can obtain the national data, also the distribution of the shelled maize harvested area data. And I think this one is the one that is also used for the development of the account. So we have the rice production data. So as I mentioned that we have the paddy production data in dry unhashed paddy and also the rice production data. This is the example. So by combining the result from the area sampling frame survey to obtain the harvested area data and crop cutting survey to obtain the yield data, so we obtain this rice production data. And we can also see that we have it in the national level. Also, we can also provide in the provincial level as well, even though the distribution is quite different with the paddy one. And this is only the example as well for the maize production data. So it is in dry shelled maize, which is usually used for the development of the corn as well, the 14% moisture content. Okay, for the food crops data, those is our primary products. So let me continue to the next one, which is the plantation data collection. And in plantation data collection or estate crop data collection in Indonesia, we actually have a regulation or cooperation agreement between BPS and the Ministry of Agriculture, in particular the Directorate General of Plantation. So there are three types of unit observation that we collect. The first one is the state plantation company, and then the private plantation company, and the third one is the smallholder plantation data. But based on the agreement, BPS collect these two data, which is the data on state and private plantation companies, while the Directorate General of Plantation or Ministry of Agriculture collect the smallholder plantation data. And BPS collect this data using a survey plantation companies, which is called as SEDAP Online. And how the methodology of the data collection in the field. So there are two ways. The first one is the companies can independently submit data via those platform, which is SEDAP Online, or they can also directly participate in the direct interview conducted by BPS officers at the Plantation Administration Office. On the other hand, for the smallholder plantation data, they have, the Ministry of Agriculture have already established guidelines for collecting and reporting those data across different administrative levels, from the village and sub-district levels to the national levels. And what commodities covered in this agreement? So there are 14 commodities. So I will just read it. So the first one is palm oil, rubber, coffee, tea, coconut, pepper, cocoa, cloves, cashews, sunan candle nut, nutmeg, sagu, sugarcane, and tobacco. So there are 14 commodities that is covered in the survey. And what is the key data presented? So there are 3 points. The first one is for permanent crops, or perhaps we also know it as an annual crops. We can provide the area, the immature one, the productive one, and the non-productive one, or the damaged one. And the second one is the harvested area from the temporary crops. and the third one is the production. And the data presentation is the provincial and national levels, with the time period is different based on the data, the key data presented. For production, it is provided monthly, while for the area data, it is an annual data. And this is the leading commodities that is great to be collected. And but in here, perhaps you can see that there will be a different varieties. So for coffee itself, we still collect the coffee, but in the near future, there will be an agenda to separate this into Arabica and Robusta, because based on our stakeholders input or information, that the price of both of these varieties is very different. And the other one is coconut, but we also have this coconut, which is more likely to be a local one, and the hybrid coconut, which is more likely like a focus of the government. Is it? Yeah, like a focus of the government right now. Hybrid. And it is like a more detailed illustration on how BPS and another stakeholder commit to one Indonesian estate data. It is to ensure that there will be no duplication, like our institution have a data and the Ministry of Agriculture have a data. That is why there is this agreement, and then we also develop the flow to be one Indonesian estate data. So as I mentioned that for the Directorate of General of Plantation, they collect the data. This is the flow, how we obtain one data for Indonesian plantation statistics. This is the end. So the Directorate of General of Plantation, they collect the data, and then, okay, in here, so they actually have those electronic system which is designed to collect and report smallholder plantation data in or at various administrative level data. And then they collect and reports of the area and production of smallholders. And then they also already has established guidelines for agricultural commodity data management under their division or Directorate General of Plantation. So on the other hand, as I mentioned, that BPS is obligated or responsible for this data on large state-owned and private plantation companies, or it is known as PPBN and PBS in Indonesia. So BPS first conduct the agricultural census to obtain the directory of agricultural companies, and then we implement the survey of plantation companies, which is called SEEA-AFF online, and then the companies will provide us with the data. And of course, we have to synchronize these two data, so it will be one. And that is why the data is processed to synchronization so that we can obtain the final figures, or we call it ATAP, and then the preliminary figures, and also the IST or the estimated figure, because sometimes the stakeholder also need it for the policy making. And for this one, is actually can be obtained by the collaboration between not only between BPS and the Directory of General of Plantation, but also with the information and data center from the Ministry of Agriculture as well. And after that, we can obtain the Indonesian plantation statistics. And this is a more detailed, again, another detailed explanation about the SEEA-AFF online. So the objective actually is to ensure that our data is accurate and timely, because we would like to accelerate the dissemination of strategic commodity data based on the agreement. And then we also would like to implement one Indonesian plantation data through this system through a standardized operational, which is effective, efficient, and produce accurate and up-to-date data. And the third objective is to collect data on plantation companies, including the land area, production, yield, and other supporting plantation-related data. And the coverage, I have mentioned it as well, the large state-owned companies and the large private plantation companies with the 14 commodities and coverage all regions in Indonesia. And the mode of data collection, we combine between Kewi and Chawi and Papi. And the data input is carried out independently. If they use Kewi, so it carried out independently by companies or conducted by provincial and Regency BPS office through SEDAP Online, the platform that I mentioned. And since 2023, the SEDAP Online dashboard was also established. So it is also to enhance the quality of accessibility of the data collected through SEDAP Online, this one. And this is the schedule implementation. What is the schedule of the SEDAP Online? So from 1 to 10 per month, we conduct the data input by the operator, and then from 1 to 15 per month, there will be a verification, monitoring, and approval by BPS or admins at different levels. And then in August, in year end, we could say it, there will be a discussion of final data for the first semester of the year end. So there will be a discussion between BPS and companies, head office or holding. And in February, in year end +1, there will be a discussion of final data for the second semester of the year, also for the final figures, the ATAP that I also mentioned in the one data flow. So it is also by the BPS team, BAMI team, and the company's head office holding. And this is the data flow. In principle, for Kewi and Pepi, it is quite similar, but for Chawi, the data input was conducted by the plantation company staff. So they input the data and then submit it to the BPS Regency, and then at the regency level, they will monitoring and evaluate. And if it is already okay, they will approve, and it will be delivered to BPS province, and BPS province will monitor and evaluate again, and then if it is okay, it will be approved. And there will be a monitoring and evaluation as well by BPS headquarters. And we also have a data synchronization, the discussion of data synchronization in here between BPS at provincial level, also at the regency level, and the relevant local government agencies to synchronize the data. And then after the discussion is done, so BPS headquarters will release the company data, which involves the private or state companies at the national level, and after that it will be followed by the provincial level of BPS. And for PEPI, it is also the same, but the difference is only in here, where the company data is collected directly monthly by BPS officers using the paper-assisted personal interviewing questionnaire. I think that is all about our data collection for food crops and plantation data. Thank you, terima kasih, and kop chai lai lai. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Vaya, for the presentation. So I think it was very interesting to see how other country, which is Indonesia, conducted our survey on food crops and horticulture, considering that Laos also one of the potential is also agriculture. So in this session, in this opportunity, we invite you to, if you have any inquiries or questions regarding how we implemented our agriculture survey, please do so. Please.
Yes, thank you very much, Via, for your presentation. It's really interesting, and so I would like to know more the detail about how to data collection or data survey in the field. So for the crop casting survey, so this is conducted by BPS statistic to the main to conduct this survey, or the agriculture section like this. And about the geo or for the plantation, do you data collection only for the company of the plantation, or includes for the household who plantation, or who grow for about the crop, or like this? Yeah. Thank you.
So for the thank you very much for the question. So for the crop cutting survey, yeah, we actually have what do you call it in English? Ubinan bersama, together. Yeah, like a joint crop cutting implementation in the field. So initially it was designed to be combined with our enumerators that we have been recruited with the agricultural extension officers. But at the end, if sometimes it is very difficult to have like a same that same date of free, it's not free actually, the same date that we can go to the field together. So mostly, actually, right now, our enumerators that we recruited there, that is going to the field. But if the agricultural extension officer would like to come or to join, we are also very pleased to welcome. And I hope that one is answer your question for the first question. And or do you have any follow-up question?
What the methodology is for our?
Yeah, for the methodology, so actually it was based from BPS. And I also have a question. How about in Laos? Do you also conduct the crop cutting?
We for the forecasting, we just use the data. We don't to conduct with them about survey for about the geo or this, and we just give them for the form to the Ministry of Agriculture, and what about item or we request from them, and they just put the data, and the data is suit the official, and they have to sign and stamp for our statistics like this. Yeah. So that's why I say your presentation really interesting for you join the survey with the agriculture, and we compare with our country. So we also don't have the knowledge about the when we look for the plants, and we don't know which one is the good or the quality of that crop like this. Or
Yeah. Yeah, that is very interesting that we also collaborate with the Ministry of Agriculture, but we have a different methodology how to collect it. And actually, we don't also, because we are doing like those sample selection, so we have those expert like, so we don't like purposively would like to collect the weight or to weight those one that is good or that one that is bad. But since that is why sometimes it's fluctuate, the result quite fluctuate, but we would like to make sure, is it like represent those area or no? And then we also have those, I forgot to mention that we also have those synchronization with our BPS regional officer. So because they are the one who also connect or to actively connect with their regional local government, like from the agriculture in the regional level. So they also know, is it like really represent our area or no? And then by doing that thing and check the consistency, we will also have the data at the end. Mhm.
Segment for the pot is by our BPS to select for the pot or the agriculture to select for us about this sampling.
Yeah. For the sampling, it is also responsibility of the BPS. So we would like to stand independently because for the Ministry of Agriculture itself, they usually have like a target. That is why for the statistics, it actually is a responsibility of BPS. But if you would like to go to the field together, okay, we can go. If you would like to ensure, is it really 3 point something? So we could go together. And thank you for the first question. And the second one, it's about the plantation, right? Let me clarify. Do you mean like, are we involve only the companies or including household that grows crops, right?
Data is only for the company or includes for the household individual or plantation data. You can anticipate this data from the household.
Let yeah. Yeah. Mhm. And for the household one, it is actually a responsibility of the Directorate General of Plantation, the one that I mentioned. So they have like their own methodology to collect those data for the smallholders or the household one. But actually, we also have I think we also have the agricultural census one. Yeah, that one but it is not in the one that is in a regular basis is for the companies for BPS that is BPS conducted. But for the household one, actually BPS also have the agricultural census. It is like 2 years ago. Yeah, it is like for a comparison and to collect in the 10-yearly period for the household one. So we collect all the household that cultivate crops for the plantation as well there. Thank you.
Yeah, I have some question about the marketing survey. In Indonesia, we conduct annually for the marketing or just 5 years. Because I know is my country Ministry of Agriculture, they conduct around 7 years ago. Yeah, some staff from LSB join with them too in the field work. Yeah, but they focus only the rice. But I see in the vicinity we conduct for the rice and the mines. Right? Yeah, and also my second question, we conduct only 2 products. For another crop, we do also or not. How we use data from the estimated data and survey data. Yeah, how to combine because the market is almost the based on the administrative data. Like the some policymaker they don't like used to the survey data. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Shipashut Nafongsan. So let me clarify first, just to ensure that I catch it correctly, that do you mean like how we combine the administrative data with our data that we collect, those two crops? Yeah. And I'm so happy that 7 years ago, so we have like a joint LSB and BPS going to the field together, Jimin. No, oh no.
Tahun sekali annually ya.
Kalau dia nanya tahun sekali.
Okay, I'm really sorry because English is not my daily basis. So for the first one is about the frequency of the data. So in Laos that you conduct an annually data, right? You collect the crop cutting in the annual basis. No, in Indonesia, it's not in annual. It is a so we will have a data annually as well, but the implementation is in a sub-round period, in a 4-monthly period. So in 1 year, we divide it into four period, which is because the seasonal time, or also the seasonal cultivation, like because what do you call it? We divide it based on the seasonal cultivation time. So because they have like different seasons. So in 3 seasons, but they are like conducted in each year. But we divided into 3 periods. So the data that we have is not in one number for 1 year, but 3 numbers for 1 year, 3 feature for 1 year. Is it? Yeah, 3 times. For actually 3 times. We also have 3. So for instance, if right now it is like January, February. This one is February. So we will have like a final features of sub-round 3 period in 2020 for this month, like in the next 2 months. So it is like in each 4 months, January to April, we will have the final figures in June. So there will be like 3 times feature, but for the publication itself, like a full publication for crop cutting itself, we will have like once in a year. But the data we use to collect the production data, it is published twice in a year. But what we publish is the harvested area data and the production data. Because we use them to calculate the production data. But in the near future, we are planning to conduct a monthly release. Actually, this Monday, that will be the second release that will be conducted monthly at the national level. So we have already conducted like in February, and then due to the data demand that they asked us to do the monthly release since this year, I mean. But previously, we only have like twice in a year. And I also I believe that you're also concerned about the coverage of the the coverage of the crops. Is it like only paddy and maize? So actually for the crop cutting, we also have another food crops, secondary food crops, but it is a long history or a long story short that we did not we have not published it anymore due to the improvement in our data collection for the harvested area data. So in 2015, we stopped to publish all the data actually because previously our production data was indicated that there is an what do you call it? Overestimated, like and is it like the source is indicated, is it like from the harvested area data, and then we stop and then we improve them into, because previously it was an administrative data where the Ministry of Agriculture, their agricultural extension officer collected through the eye estimate for the harvested area data. And initially actually it was designed by a very ideal way how to estimate those field, how large is the harvested area data, and then how is it like consistent with the input of production such as fertilizer and subsides. By primarily in the several last years, they are mostly focused on the IA estimate, which is we are believe that it's not really reliable. That is why we stopped the data production for all the data, because previously we have paddy and then other secondary food crops such as maize, soybeans, cassava, and any others data. And then we improve them, but right now until this time, we still only can implement those harvested area data for paddy and maize. That is why for the publication or for the dissemination, we are still focusing, even like for the crop cutting survey result that we used to the calculation for the production, is we are still focusing on paddy and maize. But because we also consider it is very important for the Ministry of Agriculture to have another food crops data as well. So we are still have those data from the administrative data. We are still received from the Ministry of Agriculture, and the data processing we are still conducted, but it is only for the internal use only until now. Yep. Thank you.
I saw you use around 6,000 kilometers to observe the field work each month, right?
Yeah, 6,000. Is it like for the harvested area data? Yeah, this one, right? Yeah, this one is for each month.
Paid by this A or police
BPS from BPS actually. They do the survey, right? Not only supervisor. Yeah.
That means the BPS pay DSA
pay.
or only they get salary.
Yeah, this is a difficult question. So we have those mitra. What do you call it in English? Like a third party. So yeah, enumerators. They would get paid per survey, and so they not attached to BPS. Like they are not civil servant like us.
It's like a company.
It's an individual one. So usually BPS make an open recruitment, and then yeah, if they are like eligible, they can participate in the survey. And after that, we will train them, like to make sure that they are understand about the concept and then how we're going to feel.
Work. And you have like a long-term contract or?
Yes, no, not salary.
Yeah, long-term contract, like
Only for the survey.
yeah, I understand, but to do the monthly, right?
Yes.
Collect the monthly. So every month he had to go.
Yes, but I think for the KSA, we'll use the same personnel. So because the concept or the methodology is not easy for us.
But
So the contract will be diperbarui apa ya? Will be
Updated.
will be renew every time. Jadi kita mereka gaji dia. Yes. So they not fee by they pay not by salary, not like us.
Yeah.
Maybe you think that our country will pay so much money for them. Depend on their their work.
So the contract is a long-term contract, right?
No, depend on the survey. Sometimes BPS has just.
For example, like this survey is how long?
4 months, right? Saya hanya sebulan deh. I think the KSA is
tergantung survei.
Bonus.
Tapi survei web
And every year you have to contract the new person.
Usually the same, not the same people.
Yeah, it's really the same people.
That's why I asked if
Yeah.
you get the new one and then you have to train again.
For the area sampling frame survey, usually we use the same people, unless if they have like some difficulties or they cannot like participate anymore, we have to recruit another one. But usually we also conduct a briefing, like a short brief, like in each year, just to ensure that they still remember the concept or if there is any updates on the concept as well.
And do the short time, right?
Yeah, in a very short time.
Yeah, because you have like a budget. But
Yeah.
We have many people actually looking for jobs.
Yeah.
And also after we solicit images from the simulator and analyze it, the satellite images. The biggest do or another system. Understand?
No, sorry. Can you repeat it?
Six thousand the police.
The colleagues.
Yeah. And then after that, you use right?
Okay. This is a very interesting question about satellite. Even like, so for area sampling frame survey, actually we are still using the enumerators to go to the field, but we utilize the satellite. I mean the BPPT or our stakeholders, the Agency for Assessment and Application of Technology, utilize satellite only to develop the sampling frame at first. But right now BPS, but it is not like in my division, but it is centralized in another division, which is the methodological division. For now, they are developing a satellite. I really would like to put it in the presentation, but I don't have much time to put it. I know they also utilize satellite to estimate the harvested area and how large is the harvested area, and then the growth pace in the field. For now, it is still under development, but it is really dependent on the area. There are some areas that have an accuracy more than 80%, but there are still some areas that have an accuracy less than 80%. But in the future, we are expecting to use those things to estimate those areas that is pretty difficult to be reached. Like because there are some remote areas, and if it is successful, that it will be very helpful to estimate the harvested area.
And how about the satellite that the government doing that or the company?
The government as well. So we also so far that I know, not for this one, for the development of this one, they called it mixed method. I think we are collaborating with BRIN, the BRIN. Yeah, because I think right now even BPPT also combined in one agency, right? Yeah, we called it the Research and Innovation of Technology. So they are the one who help us as well for the satellite, and then we develop the methodology in the division of methodology.
So we just explaining for our team for people understanding. Yeah. So. But
It's very interesting how the Lao really depend on the administrative data. I mean, it's very advanced for us. Yeah, kan? Because in Indonesia we don't- yeah, you are developed already. You are you are advanced in terms of collaboration.
For the account and for the data collection also you have to understand. Now we almost data collection with the survey of census and administrative like this. But for the satellite, we use only some survey, like we use small area estimate.
Yeah.
But the mapping we request through the national map to support us around what the map that is, and then we try to compare with our survey data what the area is poverty that is, for example. And that's very important. And the population itself now we try to GIS about the map of the area for this year.
Calling like the coordinate of each population or the area.
Yes, for the area. Yeah, for the building.
For the building. It's quite similar as well. The first time. Yeah. We also have those area of statistical area as well by the GIS as well.
The integrator in Laos almost we use for the stuff from the provincial the statistic province. This what we use for the survey. But for the census, maybe we request for the right display about the secular it is a concern for that area, and then we request for the staff to join, or maybe we request for the student from the university for the census.
And what about the students from the university? Do they do that? I mean, apa tuh sukarela voluntarily? Do they help you voluntarily? I mean, do you have to pay them or?
For only DSA. Keep them
Like
DSA, yeah, daily subsistence, yeah. Okay.
Food.
Yeah. How many personnel do you have in the LSP?
150.
All across Laos.
Only Only the
SEA the whole
only
country.
the national, but
150.
150.
150,000.
150.
Only
Only below.
Oh.
Only below. Yeah, but we have the provincial statistics. Yes.
If we include provincial and the district around 500.
Ah, 100. And how many, what is the population of the country?
7.3 like that.
About
7.3 million.
billion.
Ah, we have 270 million.
Yes, based on the last census 2015. Yeah. And we have 18 province. 18 province. Yeah. But in Indonesia 34 province.
Sekarang berapa? 38 sekarang.
It's 38.
Right now 38.
Oh, besar.
But because our office, which is the provincial office, is still 34.
Yeah.
But the provinces have been expanded to 38.
Now,
But the
Oh, we already have here joining with us Miss Zuha and Miss Priscilla. Okay, they are going to present about the statistical data on livestock, fisheries, and forestries for Golden Indonesia. This is to support the, the implementation also for SEEA-AFF. Okay, without any further ado, the time is yours. The floor is yours, please.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my name is Zuka Latifa, and I'm here with my colleague, Priscilla Kalista. We're from Directorate of Livestock, Fisheries, and Forestry Statistics. And it's such an honor for us to be here, to be part of, to strengthen the relationship between PPS and also the Laos Bureau of Statistics. And Sabadi, welcome to Indonesia. All right, there is several statistics that we conduct in the directorate. As its name, we consist of livestock statistics, fisheries statistics, forestry statistics, and we also, together with Directorate of Food Crop, Horticulture, and Plantation Statistics, conducting census of agriculture, and also the others integrated survey. And before going further, oh, sorry. Sorry, I think I have technical difficulty on the signal. Maybe my colleague gonna share the screen. Sudah, tapi putus nyambung. All right, I'll try to continue. Well, regarding to the law of statistics, BPS is responsible for conducting the base statistics, which utilization is for broad range of policy. And in terms of this, the Directorate Livestock, Fisheries and Forestries doing routine activities related to the subsector. And if we see the SEEA-AFF framework, maybe our position as the data producer on livestock, fishery, and forestry statistics is on the base data that's supporting the national account. So besides supplying national account for GDP calculation and also for GRDP calculation, we also support for input-output table and also supply use table. And besides that, we also support the compilation for wage and employment statistics. And for the external purpose, we also supporting our main stakeholders, that is from Ministry of Agriculture, obviously, and then Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and also Ministry of Forestry, and we also supporting the National Food Agency. And this is the publication that we produce in our directorate. There is 4 publications from livestock statistics, and then 4 publications for fishing statistics, fishery statistic, I'm sorry, and then for publication for forestry statistic as well. And for livestock statistics, okay. For livestock statistic, there is annual report of dairy cattle establishment, and then annual report of large and small livestock establishment, and also annual report of poultry establishment. And these three activities conducted for in the level of establishment, and the coverage is throughout Indonesia, which is 38 provinces, and the enumeration method is census, so it's complete enumeration of the establishment. And the period of data collection is a year, while the enumeration frequency is annually and dissemination is also annually. While the three publication is conducted in establishment, the other one, monthly report of livestock slaughter, is conducted in slaughterhouse, slaughter place, or regional livestock services. And the coverage is still the same throughout Indonesia, and the method is complete enumeration as well. And for the period of data, a bit different with others. The period is month, and the enumeration frequency is also monthly, while the publication is still annually. And then for the fisheries statistics, there is also two publications from establishment. The first one is annual report of fishing establishment. The second report is annual report of aquaculture establishment. And the coverage is still the same throughout Indonesia, and the method is still using census. And the period of data enumeration frequency and dissemination frequency is annually. Besides conducting survey, complete enumeration or census for establishment in fishing and aquaculture establishment, the fishery statistics also produce quarterly report of fishing port, where the observation unit here is the fishing port, and the coverage is still throughout Indonesia. And while the enumeration method is census, and the period of data is a quarter, while the publication is still annually as well. Another report from fishery statistic is the quarterly report of traditional landing site. The observation unit here is the traditional landing site. And the coverage, enumeration method, and the dissemination frequency is still the same. From forestry statistics, there is three activities that we conduct on establishment. The first one is for forest concession establishment, and then timber culture establishment, and the next one is a wild plant and animal captive breeding establishment. The coverage is still throughout Indonesia. So basically all of them is throughout Indonesia, and the enumeration method is census, while period of data is year, and the dissemination frequency is annually. Same as the livestock and fisheries statistic, the forestry statistic also collect quarterly compilation of forestry data. And the observation unit here is a department with the same coverage throughout Indonesia. And while the period of data is a quarter, and dissemination frequency is annually. Well, basically all of this publication is available in the PPS website on pps.go.id, and all of this publication is written in both Bahasa Indonesia and English as well. And there is a questionnaire as an appendix as well if you are interested to see how is our questionnaire to collect this data. All right, we're going to go into more detail for each of the publication about the what data that we collect. For livestock statistics, there is statistics of dairy cattle establishment, as I mentioned before. And the target here is all dairy cattle establishment conducting breeding, farming, and also milk collection with legal status and active throughout Indonesia. And then what kind of data that we collect? The first data is related to the obviously number of dairy cattle establishment by main activities, that is whether the establishment doing breeding, farming, or milk collection. And beside that, we also collect the number of workers and also the wage by status of worker and also by the sex. And here in dairy cattle establishment, we collect the data on productivity of the dairy cattle establishment. Productivity here is the average milk production per day per female, productive female. And then we also collect average length of milk production per productive female per day. Yes, and then the other data that we collect here is the mutation of dairy cattle, including initial stock and then addition, which consists of a purchasing, birth, and other addition. And beside that, we also collect the reduction for this dairy cattle establishment, whether there is selling there, slaughtering, or death, and other reduction. And of course, we have also closing stock here. Another data for dairy cattle establishment is the production and the value production. The production here consists of value of weight gain of the dairy cattle, and then milk, manure, and others as well. Maybe this is the mutation of dairy cattle is quite relevant with the SEEA-AFF implementation, if I'm not mistaken, because there's asset account there. So maybe it's related to that. And the last one is about the cost structure, how much they spend for feed, wage, or salaries, and then fuels or lubricants, electricity, and also water, medicine, and other expenditure of the establishment. The other activity that we conduct is statistic of large and small livestock establishment. And the coverage here is all large and small livestock establishment with legal status and also active throughout Indonesia. And what is large and small livestock? Well, large livestock here consists of beef cattle, buffalo, and also horses, while small livestock here is sheep, goat, and also pig. Actually, if we see that actually dairy cattle can be, the characteristic of dairy cattle is almost similar with beef. But here we're trying to separate it because in dairy cattle, we want to gather information about milking. So we try to separate between dairy cattle and also large and small livestock here. And related to this activity, the data that we collect here is also number of establishment by each type of livestock, whether it's a beef cattle, buffalo, horses, sheep, goat, or pig. And also we collect number of worker and also wage or salaries by status of worker, whether it's permanent or piece rate worker, and also by sex here. And here we also collect the number of livestock population by type of livestock, and also age group, and the sex as well, sex of the livestock, whether it's female or male. And here in this activity, we also collect mutation of each type of livestock as well, from initial stock, which is the beginning of the year, and then the addition throughout the year, reduction throughout the years, and closing stock at the end of the year. Still, I guess it's still relevant with SEEA implementation. And we also collect the cost structure, which not much different from the dairy cattle establishment. Another activity that we conduct is on statistic of poultry establishment. We already have dairy cattle, small and large livestock. Now we're going to poultry establishment. So the target here is all poultry establishment conducting poultry breeding and also farming with legal status and active throughout Indonesia. And what type of data that we collect? It's a number of poultry breeding and poultry farming establishment, number of worker, population of the layer parents, broiler parents, layer final stock by productivity group. So whether the poultry has not produced yet, or in production, or unproductive anymore. So we collect the data. Yeah, and then we also collect the main production and value of production by type of product. And we also collect the revenue and cost structure of the poultry establishment. Another activity that we do in the livestock statistics is statistic of livestock slaughter. And here the target is all slaughterhouse, slaughtering place, and also regional livestock services. Mainly this statistic livestock slaughter is to collect the production of livestock that slaughtered in the slaughtering house. And this data is collected monthly, but the publication is still annually. And here, what kind of data that we collect? There's number of livestock slaughtered inside and also outside the slaughterhouse by month, by quarter, and sex of livestock for each livestock. And then we also collect total and average live weight of livestock slaughter in slaughterhouse. And beside live weight of livestock, we also collect the carcass, weight, height, and other production of livestock. We're also using the secondary data from Ministry of Agriculture, and it's related to livestock population by province and type of livestock, poultry population by province and type of poultry, the number of registered livestock slaughtering by province and type of livestock, as well as meat production by type of livestock or poultry. Here we use the secondary data and then publish it in the Statistic of Indonesia. The other activities is from fishery statistics. The first activities is statistics of fishing establishment. And here the target of the enumeration is marine fishing establishment. And what data that we collect, there's number of fishing establishment, obviously, and then by type of ship that they use to do fishing activities, and production volume, and also value by type of fish, and then production utilization, whether it's used to fulfill the domestic market or doing export or as a raw material and or become stock for the next year. And also we collect the number of worker by status, sex, and also their education. And here we also have the cost structure and the revenue from the marine fishing establishment. Right. The other activity that we conduct is statistic of aquaculture establishment. Here the coverage is all hatchery establishment, and then brackish water culture establishment, marine culture establishment, and also freshwater culture establishment. For the data that we collect, there is number of aquaculture establishment, obviously, and then the area that they used to conduct the activities. There is also type of aquaculture, whether the establishment doing hatchery or doing the aquaculture in brackish water, in marine culture, or freshwater. And here we also have production value and production volume, and also value by type of fish. And here we also collect the number of worker and also the cost structure of the establishment. While the two previous publication is related to establishment, now we're going to the statistic of fishing port. So the target here is the fishing port, that is ocean fishing port, and then Nusantara fishing port, coastal fishing port, and classless fishing port. Actually, this fishing port type is, the category is comes from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So we're trying to adjust what they do in terms of what type of the fishing port. And the data period here is quarterly, while the data collected is number of fishing port, obviously, and then average of daily production, and then average number of ship landing on the fishing port daily. And we also collect the existence of fish auction place. That is the place to conduct auction to sell the fish gathered from fishing activities. And beside that, we also collect the production volume and value by type of fish and the main distribution of the fish produce, whether it's for domestic company, for export, or by or for others. The other activity that we do is statistic of traditional landing site. So traditional landing site here means the recording fish production that's not included in the fishing port categories. So there is fish product. Someone's doing fishing, and then some of them going to fishing port, but some of them going to traditional landing site. So here we collect both of them to gather more comprehensive data. So for this activity, we're doing it quarterly, and the data collected is the number of traditional landing site, and then average retribution from the fishing activities, and average number of landing days, about how many days the fish vessel coming to the landing site, traditional landing site. And we're also collecting the production volume and value. And we also collect the distribution of potential fish by 5 type of potential fish by province here. Same as the livestock statistic, in the fishery statistic, we also use secondary data for Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. That is volume and value of production of fishing activities, and also volume and value of production of aquaculture activities. The other activities from our directorate is related to forestry statistics. The first activities is to collect statistics of forest concession establishment. And what is forest concession establishment? It's establishment that have forest utilization permit in natural forest. And then what we collect here, there's number of establishment by island and legal status, and logs production and value of production. There is also procurement, whether it's excuse me, procurement, whether it's come from own production or from purchasing, and also the usage of the logs, whether it's own used, self-use, or sold. I think it's still relevant with the SEEA-AFF implementation. And other thing that we collect is number of worker and also the cost structure of the establishment. And for statistics of timber culture establishment, the target is timber culture establishment in timber forest. So they got like a permit to doing cultivation in the forest. And then the other coverage is forest state-owned establishment. So except private establishment, we also have forest state-owned establishment here. And we also collect it from other establishment that cultivate forest plantation other than timber establishment and also forest state-owned establishment. And the data that we collect is not much different. That is related to number of establishment, area, and then log production by island, type of plant, and then type of product, whether it's log, resin, or firewood. And it's monthly, and also the value of production. Here we also collect the procurement of the timber culture establishment, whether it's on production or came for purchasing, and the usage of timber culture that they produce, whether it's for own use or for sold or the others. As likewise, we also collect the number of worker and cost structure. Well, previously the establishment is related to the timber production. The next activity is related to wild plant and animal captive breeding. So in forestry, the coverage is not only about the timber, but also the wild plant and animal captive breeding. Here we're trying to follow the I6 on the A category, that is agriculture, forestry, and fishery, where these activities is included inside of the A category. And the target here is wild plant and animal captive breeding establishment. And the data collected, it's still number of establishment, and then land that they use, and then the production, and also value of production, and also the mutation with the procurement and the usage as well here, and also the number of worker and the cost structure of the establishment. While the three previous activities conducted on establishment, the last one from forestry statistics, that is statistic of forest production, is conducted in provincial forestry office. So here we collect log production, and then processed timber production, and also non-timber forest production. The processed timber production here means the processing log, whether it's like a wood pallet, and then like what else still? Plywood, something like that. While the non-timber forest product here means like resin or firewood and etc. And here in forestry statistic, we also use the secondary data from Ministry of Forestry that is related to forest area, inland water, coastal and marine ecosystem. And then we also using data for related to reforested area, and also extent and distribution of critical land in Indonesia, and logs and processed timber production in Indonesia. Besides conducting the three main routine activities from livestock, fisheries, and forestry, as I mentioned before, together with the Directorate of Food Crops, Horticulture, and Plantation Statistics, we conduct census of agriculture. And the last census that we conduct is in 2023. So we conduct the census of agriculture on year ended with 3. So it's like a 2013, 2023, and maybe the next census will be on 2033. Yeah, we conduct it every 10 years. But within census, we also have intercensal survey. And in Census of Agriculture 2023, we're trying to follow the FAO standard using World Census of Agriculture. So we're trying to modify our data collection to be in accordance with the FAO standard. And here we collect the national agricultural main data that can answer the latest strategic issue in the agricultural sector. And here we collect Gurum farmer. Gurum farmers means that it's small scale farmer, but it's in how to say in Indonesian term. And we also collect the small scale food producer according to FAO standard as well. And here from the Census of Agriculture, we also get the Agricultural Sustainable Development Goals indicator that is related to indicator 231, that is small scale food producer, and then 5A1, that is related to secure tenure rights. Something like that. And then from Census of Agriculture, we also got geospatial agricultural statistics here. And for the main variable that we collect from the Census of Agriculture, there is area of agriculture. Oh, before going further, maybe I would like to explain a bit about the coverage of Census of Agriculture. Well, the coverage of subsector consists of the first one, food crops, horticulture, plantation crops, and then livestock, and then fisheries, both fishing and aquaculture, and also forestry statistic. And we also collect about the nursery and agricultural services there. And for the unit of observation, we have here, the first one is individual agricultural holding. We also have agricultural cooperation, and we also collect the data from other agricultural holding that is not individual, but also not agricultural cooperation. For example, there is institution that the permit is not doing agriculture, but they doing agriculture on it. Yeah, something like that. And the main variable that we collect from the Census of Agriculture is area of agricultural land, and then agricultural productive value, the demographic information of the agricultural household, livestock population, and then management of the farm that they conduct, and then social forestry, technology of agriculture, farmer group, fertilizer and pesticides, agroforestry, government aid, insurance and credit, and also urban farming. And currently, we also amidst the processing of agriculture economic survey. Agriculture economic survey is the continuation of the Census of Agriculture. And from the agriculture economic survey, we can get like the cost structure for each type of the unit observation. And we also gonna produce the SDGs on 241, indicator 241, that is sustainable agriculture, and also 232, that is average income of small scale food production. I think that's all from the Directorate of Livestock, Fisheries and Forestry. And if there is a question, maybe we can discuss it together. Thank you.
So I just to exchange for the opinion compare with for the our data collection or like this and our data produce. And so about for the slaughter, and so you have the many kind of slaughter, like slaughterhouse, slaughtering place, and then another and last one I don't remember. Oh, on this, yes. So, what different between house and for the place slaughter? What different on this? And for the government, for the main valuable, right? The main valuable, and I saw for the government insurance and age credit. This is the government only for the area of the agriculture on this for the insurance and it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the question. That's an interesting question, and I'll try to explain a bit about the difference between slaughterhouse, slaughtering place, and also the regional livestock services. For slaughterhouse, it's like more a building or complex building with specific design and condition used as to place for slaughtering animal for public consumption, whether it owned by government or private entities. While slaughtering place is like a place to slaughterhouse, whether it's with or without building, and then it's more like so it's not like different. Yeah.
Is bigger than house.
House is like bigger because it's managed by the government or by private entities, while slaughtering place is at the smaller level of the slaughterhouse, and yeah, it's like for like community level, and then for the regional livestock services. Actually, it's not slaughter place, but we conduct the data collection on the livestock services when the area doesn't have slaughter house or slaughter place.
In Indonesia, you can count the slaughter they consume in the households. You can on this.
Yeah, for the household slaughter that the conducted in household is under coverage of the regional livestock services. So yeah, they collect the data both inside the slaughtering house and outside, so we can get the data, the complete data from the regional livestock services, something like that. And apa lagi tadi pertanyaan? Oh, and then related to the insurance, I think it's from Census of Agriculture slide. Is it this one?
Yes. For the government is an insurance credit. It is only cover only for the agriculture area.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, in this case, we conduct, yes, government aid, insurance, and credit for agriculture sector from individual agricultural holding, and also for other agricultural holding. Because mostly the agricultural corporation is big enough, right, to get like the government aid or insurance and credit. Well, mostly our farmer here in Indonesia is small scale food producer, right? It's like an individual agricultural holding, and the main difficulty that we face is related to the credit, microcredit, and then related to insurance as well. Most of us is not covered, so collecting data on insurance and also credit is, I guess, it's critical to to evaluate how much how many holdings that actually have like a credit or insurance.
Individual is you mean from the household or from the company or the association?
Oh, yes. Here, as I mentioned before, the coverage is three. The first one is individual agricultural holdings, that is household farmers. And then the agricultural corporation, that is a private company conducting agricultural activities. And the other one is the other agricultural holding. So yes, it's household. Yeah, farmer group categorized in other agricultural holdings because it's not individual, but also not a corporation. Yeah. Maybe Priscilla wanna add more? Or maybe you can share what kind of data that you collect in Laos, or how you conduct agricultural census as a lesson learned for us as well, if we still have like a additional time. Oh, actually no, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to say experience that we conduct the education census for Laos. Actually, we done already in 2020. We based on standard WCA 2020. Yeah. Also, but before we conduct the census, the first we prepare the listing first. Listing we conduct on 2000. Then we combine get the census and economic census. We combine together and we separate the order select and the household we have they conduct the agriculture activity. Yeah, and then we use the list household to prepare the frames. Yeah, framework. Yeah, but question is design. Question is design. We based on the last census 2010 and modify with and combine with the new standard from FAO also, and then we cover the own how many events, right? Park and holding crop livestock, like we cover all, and also we put about information on environment also in this, but not on and sample. We do again. We do a sub sample. Yeah, for the how I cannot remember. Yeah, we select only 8 household per village. Yeah, actually the house 16 household per village, but we select only the 8 household for the environment. Yeah. And in the fieldwork, we have a supervisor and enumerator. Yeah. And two enumerator per one supervisor. And then we use copy to copy after the enumerator they collect data and then send to the USB. The supervisor can download, check in the copy. Yeah, copy and also in the in the USB control the whole some variable, the main variable, some on the frequency outlier. I take to the supervisor and supervisor contact to the innovator to check it again and then edit and then send back. Okay, like that. Yeah. Yeah. But we try to click the and GPS na andยังว่าสิว่าบ้านเขาพูดตอนนั้นเขาสิพยายามสิให้เป็นอันใส่เป็นพวกอันนั้นให้จุดพิกัดพร้อมนะชีวิตเขานะGPS ตัวนั้นเด้อล่ะyeah and when we decide first we think too about the location of the this way just we know only the locate of house zone, but we cannot locate of the life field like that. Yeah, we want to do like that, but we cannot do. Yeah, maybe the first census maybe we can do. Yeah, the census. Yeah. What the price stock? Yeah, the almost in Indonesia we collect data from administrative. Oh. How about the livestock from House of Hon?
It can be considered as for that type. All of the livestock is slaughtered in slaughterhouse and also slaughter place, right? So to cover the missing things we collected from the regional livestock. That's considered that.
And how about the forestry? The forestry, yangตัดต้นไม้ล็อกกิ้งมา ตัวนั้นปริมาณการตัดไม้นะยังก็ล็อกกิ้งว่ะเกินล็อกกิ้งอ่ะ locking to production นะ lock production นะ number 3 yeah this data based on the government to allow to the company the cut we do that
If they don't have something, then it will
be not included inside. Firewood we include inside. You got ไม่ฟืน firewood นะ firewood firewood yeah firewood
collect it here as well. Firewood, resin, but it's We have here timber,
Yeah.
non-timber,
Mm.
and also the process of the
Mm.
timber as well. Production. Cycle work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see. It's landlocked, it's landlocked. So I guess mostly it's aquaculture maybe for the fish product. Yeah. Yeah, from Mekong River. Yeah. Yeah, it swim a lot where I was there. Okay. Maybe we can continue.
That's with other, terserah. Mau di sini? Monggo. At- Sini aja, oh. Daripada geser-geser ya kan. Sini aja, sini aja. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the last presentation for today. So continuing the presentation regarding the primary data collection to support the SEEA-AFF, we present to you Miss Rani, lupa aku jadinya kan, grogi. Miss Rani and Mr. Andres. Andreas or Andres?
Andres.
Andres. Andres means you don't wear dress. Andres. Funny. About the energy. Please, the first.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Saya Badi Ton Bai. Okay. Correct. I'm confused Ton Bai or Ton Sao. Ton Bai, right? Okay. Please allow me to introduce my team from Directorate of Industry Statistics. My name is Rani, and I am senior statistician, and I'm in charge in medium and large manufacturing statistics. And here my colleague, Pak Andres, and he is associate statistician in charge in energy statistics. And now we will deliver the material about mainly energy statistics and manufacturing statistics. Okay, please, Pak Andres.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rani. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Tadi apa? Sabandi Tonbai. Oke, selamat siang. Good. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to share insight on energy data as an output of statistical activities conducted by Directorate of Industrial Statistics. I'm in statistic mining. mining and energy team. Okay. I'll begin by showcasing our publication related to energy. This publication are the result of our survey. I'm sorry. Okay. There is statistic of petroleum and natural gas, and then mining statistic of non-petroleum of natural gas, and then gas distribution statistic, captive power statistic, electricity statistic, and energy balance. Okay. But today we will focus on the Indonesian energy balance publication, which is instrumental in compiling the SEEA publication, as explained by Mr. Echi this morning. In production balance in the production account. Okay, next there is the concept of energy balance is defined in the International Recommendation for Energy Statistics (IRS) publication by United Nations Statistic Division. On page 101, chapter 8.1 state an energy balance is an accounting framework for the compilation and reconciliation of data on all energy product entering, exiting, and used within the national territory of a given country during a reference period. Furthermore, in chapter 8.2, balance can also be compiled for any particular energy product or energy commodity. In this case, are referred to as an energy commodity balance. Okay. The Indonesia Energy Balance published by BPS aligned with the IRS publication, but in terms of energy unit, joule, and conversion factor for energy commodities from general units like ton or liter to energy unit, joules. The IRS publication serves as a global standard for countries compiling their energy balance. Okay. Our energy balance encompasses 29 commodities, about 29 commodities, including non-fuel oil from refineries, both primary and secondary energy from transformation process in plant, such as briquette plants, oil refineries, electricity plant, and other transformation like biodiesel production plant. We can see the coal, briquette cokes, crude oil, condensate, until the biodiesel, water, wind, geothermal, and biogas. Okay. The IRS publication outlines two template forms for energy balance. The first template provides a detailed breakdown of transformation process and sector in final consumption. We utilize the second, more concise template as displayed on the screen. The data availability for final consumption remains a challenge, so we choose the more concise one. Okay. Our methodology involves compiling administrative product. We gather data from BPS publication and those of other ministries and agencies. Additionally, we employ simple questionnaire sent via email to obtain necessary data, such as fuel stock, diesel train consumption, electric train consumption, and electricity consumption from electricity bus operated from state-owned and private enterprise. Oke, Mbak. Nggak mau ya? Belum. Sebelah itu. Okay, here is our latest energy balance table for 2023, showing a total primary energy of 20 million terajoule and final consumption of 7.3 million terajoule. For comparison, in Laos has a primary energy of 300,000 terajoule and final consumption of 50,000 terajoule. I think in the IRIS publication. Oke, 8. Import. This slide illustrates the energy flow in Indonesia over the past 5 years. I'm sorry, I read the text. From production and trade to final consumption. We observed that energy consumption stagnated in 2020 and 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, COVID pandemic. But after post-pandemic in 2022 and 2023, the energy consumption began to rise. Yeah. Okay, the last. Okay. In this slide, highlight Indonesia primary energy production with coal as a dominant source. Coal also represents the large energy reserve compared to oil and natural gas. Despite its abundance, Indonesia utilizes only 30 to 40% of its primary energy production. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you for your kind attention. I return to Ms. Rani to.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andres. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me to continue our discussion. And next session, we are discussing about medium and large manufacturing survey. Okay, to guide our discussion, I divide our discussion into 3 main parts. The first one is about the survey of medium and large manufacturing statistics. And the second one is a brief explanation about methodology. And the last one is I will give a glimpse of our data in manufacturing statistics, especially in agriculture-related manufacturing sector. Okay, the first one, in our division, Directorate of Industry Statistics, actually we have 2 main activities of manufacturing statistics. We have separated surveys for micro and small scale manufacturing statistics, and also we have medium and large scale manufacturing statistics. Why we do that? Because we have about 4.5 million manufacturing businesses for micro and small scale manufacturing statistics. And for medium and large scale manufacturing, we have around, the population is around 31,000 businesses. And that's why we have separated survey for these activities. And for the classification, we not only use the number of workers, we also use turnover and capital formation since 2022. Okay, we also adopt in our survey, we adopt the international recommendations for classification of all economic activities, or ISIC, we adopt into our national classification known as Klasifikasi Baku Lapangan Usaha Indonesia, or KBLI, that we are in category C for manufacturing industry and including 24 activities. And also we also use the Central Product Classification Version, or CPC. In Indonesia, we transform it out into our national classification, that is Klasifikasi Baku Komoditas Indonesia, or KBKI. And this is widely used in national account as well to form the SUT, supply use table, input output table, and also SEEA as well. Okay, for our survey, we have two classifications: medium scale industry employs less than 100, and also large scale industries more than 99 workers, or 100 workers and above. And in our surveys, we have three main activities. The first one is business directory update. The purpose is to update business listings, to develop a sample frame. We use the collecting data KP. And here from the initial frame, we use administrative data to collect the new businesses, especially in manufacturing industry. And we also have monthly survey to obtain the quick information about the volume and value of production. It's mainly to support our quarterly GDP and annual GDP. And also the method of collecting data, we use combining of paper-assisted personal interviewing and also computer-assisted web interviewing. And the next one, we also have annual survey, and this survey has like a prompt information to collect a prompt information about manufacturing activities, including raw materials, production, worker salary, and etc. And I believe in this survey, we support the data for supply use table, IO table, and CEA, especially in the physical account for crops, mainly from the survey, the annual survey. And the publications are already in the BPS website. If you can, all of them are accessible in BPS website. Okay, the next material is about assembling method. Actually, our survey already has been established since 1970 until now. And then from 1970 until 2022, we use complete enumeration survey, which is we survey all of the population of the industry, manufacturing statistics. And from year 2023 until now, we use probability sampling, the sample more than 15,000 establishments, and the target from medium and large establishments in category C. And we use two strata for the sampling method. And the sampling frame mainly from 2016 economic census, which is updated with our business directory update. Okay, for the data collection, just our previous discussion about forestry and agriculture crops, we also have in the samples are spread in our 38 provinces with 135 cities or districts. And we have our enumerators in each municipality in Indonesia. And the questionnaire are delivered by our enumerators to our respondents. And the modes of the data collection combined with paper personal interview and also computer assisted web interviewing, with the period of collecting data May until June. Yeah, we also has another special module for the detailed questions and use complete enumeration. For the 2023 survey, we collect KBLI or ISIC digit 2, 13, and 14, which are textile and wearing apparel. Okay, I will give the next discussion. I will give a glimpse data are of medium and large manufacturing sector in 2022. It's agriculture-related manufacturing sector, which are almost half of population in medium and large manufacturing sector using raw materials from agricultural sector. And the number of establishment of agro-based manufacturing sector in 2022, mainly from manufacture of food products and beverages. Almost 50% or about more than 6,000 establishments use the raw materials from agricultural sector. I believe our data are used in SEEA-AFF, especially in the physical account for crops. This one use raw materials from agriculture to produce goods, and also these raw materials are used as the intermediate consumption for food and non-food processing. And the next one, the number of workers, more than 2 million people are working in medium and large manufacturing. And also employment in agro-based manufacturing sector, mainly working in manufacture of food products and beverages. And the rest are from manufacture of wood and products of wood, manufacture of rubber and plastic products and other. And the last statistics is about output. Around $185 billion were produced by agro-based manufacturing sector. And again, manufacture of food products and beverages accounted the largest sector who produce output from raw materials from agricultural, around $117 billion. And the next one followed by manufacture of tobacco products and rubber and plastic products. And the remaining agriculture-related manufacturing sectors together added $44 billion. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thank you, Ms. Rani, and also Ms. Andres. So these are the two, the two surveys that we've done, that we do in BPS. The one is about the energy, and the second one is about the manufacturing survey. So for the energy, I believe we employ the administrative data, yeah? Mostly administrative. And so if you have any questions, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, but I want to some question about this in energy. Yeah. You use data from secondly, yeah. And also in Indonesia, they can provide data on use energy also. How to collect this data? Because in energy use many sector use, and one sector use many products. How we can get this data? Yeah.
Oh, okay. We as I explained, we get the data from BPS publication, like my college. They conduct a survey industry and one of a question is use of fuel in the industry. There is a Susenas, this survey of social economic. In the questionnaire, there adik apa namanya ini nih, sing. Questionnaire-nya itu ada pertanyaan tentang makanan.
In our household survey, we have questions related to fuel consumption from the households.
Establishment survey includes energy use and energy products.
Oh yeah, in industry survey. Yeah.
But in the household survey, how to measure household consume the firewood? Because I think she has to measure the weight of the firewood.
Firewood consumption on household. Apa dibakar, kayu bakar di tetangga ada. Di mana gitu?
Hah?
Di mana?
Mereka satu ikat itu biasanya. Jadi Susenas ya sudah ada konversinya, sudah ada konversi standarnya dari subdit di sana, subdit di sosialnya.
So in our household survey, we have like a standard conversion for firewood, right? That's why we use the data. It already, provided in the household statistics. So we can use the data from the household statistics.
Kadang-kadang tapi ya nggak terlalu.
So let me explain the simpler way. Okay, let me try. So from the household survey, we have like a one question to the household: how many fireworks do you use? Firewood do you use? So in the conversion is like one bundle equals with 40 kilos. Bundle, 40, right? 40. And from that conversion, in the energy statistics team, they convert the 40 kilo into energy use using IRIS manual. That's why they collect the data of energy.
For the bundle is standard bundle, right? It's not over for the weight. It's the same weight, right? The one bundle. The weight is equal 40 kilo. Is standard or not? For the rank of the wood, maybe different.
Okay. Yeah. So we have enumerator in every municipality, so that enumerator will make sure the bundle. Estimate. Yeah, they just estimate. Yeah.
From the Directorate of Horticulture.
and food trucks that we have these field enumerators and we do the trainings for them before conducting a survey. And in that training, they have to really understand the concept and definition about this and about that, including about that firewood.
Just because for the local area is different
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the unit they use different in Laos. So the data very hard for about the accurate about that.
For for the firewood, we have three sources. That the first source we went on the Laos expenditure consumption survey. We asked household also how much the household they consume the firewood. But the data that we get some household they consume the piece of firewood like that. But we cannot estimate that how many kilo per carbon is that's estimate. And also in the second sort we collect data from the artificial and tools such as we ask household how many kilo the household collect firewood from the college. Yeah, but that's as household estimate. And the last source we just finished waste survey. We include the water and energy. Also, we ask household how much the household consume the firewood based on the you know, per pack.
The bag.
Yeah. Yeah. Ask them how many days you consume one of them. And then we try to scale the animals, scale the weight of the pack. And then we calculate the day, how many days you consume this.
You also utilize administrative data, or you can survey yourself?
For the estimated data, we don't have this data. We have only the SACO.
Oh, charcoal.
Yeah.
Oh, charcoal. Yeah.
Yeah, we use that data epoxy to estimate. We use data from the survey, and then we use data SACO. It is developed to index, yeah, and an estimate.
What about the survey of manufacturing? Do you have any issues with that?
Yeah, for the estimate survey, we cover all sector. Yeah, for all sector, but we cannot specific the quantity of the product or quantity of the consume. Just almost we are the volume. How much they sell, how much they expenditure. But for the energy, we just 45%. We have the money and as the quantity, but almost we get this data by value. And also when we add the expenditures more detail, but when we ask about the revenue, just total like that, we cannot get the specific. Some establishment they did not report.
ต้องเรียนภาษาอังกฤษเนาะกว่าในโนแฟคทอรี่
กวาง
กว่าเนาะ
we cannot conduct by anyone some young.
You cannot conduct annual.
Yeah. And also we try to conduct when we conduct the estimate survey, we try to see data in the quarterly. Yeah. Some establishment they have the bookkeeping. Yes. As by quarterly, if this establishment doesn't have the bookkeeping, we don't ask only in the data. But we don't have budget enough. Try to do like that.
Our government also cut our budget.
Yes, right.
Do you have separated surveys for micro and small scale industries, large scale industries, or just manufacturing surveys in law?
When we do sampling design, we try to separate small, medium, and large. The almost the large we forward on, for the small and medium we fix up. But over on separate. And then now we also we try to split the questionnaire by sector also. One for the agriculture, one for the mining, one for the manufacturing, and also the construction and restaurant. So we split. We connect the time we see the different. Yeah.
Do you have energy balance qualification in the best?
Energy balance developed by the Ministry of Energy.
Oh,
Yeah, they develop data from 2000 until 2015, and after that they estimate 2023. But they also still use this own coefficient. But now we for the smart team to try to develop the strategy account. Based on data that we collect from the sensor estimate survey, the national survey, and based on data from the supply agents from national account.
Okay, yeah. So just I wonder because yes, yesterday or the day before you mentioned that the methodology unit in your LSB is separated, right?
Yeah.
So each department do their own methodology.
Each department we have one division responsible for the methodology.
Nggak ada pusat gitu.
I think some issue and some advanced because when we think about the content of the questionnaire, it's good, but we think about the method for the design or it's not good. Because the team we not have experience, more experience. Because maybe 5 years they have to conduct only one survey. If we do it in a own survey in the one million.
Okay, so is there no more questions from Indonesia side? Okay, what about from Laos? Is it enough?
in 655, right? Or 60. This only for the sampling survey or this for all the menu actually. That is one. Only very specifically for the all establishment. In Indonesia.
Only medium and large.
For the last.
Medium and large.
Oh, medium and large.
Yeah, small and micro even larger than this. Yeah. Around 19. 90.
Yeah, last.
And the combination of or the manufacturing industry or and micro. Maybe the explosion of the number happened during the COVID. I think.
Why because don't do not cover the small size?
He has separated surveys.
Oh.
For the small and micro surveys.
Oh.
Medium and large.
Oh.
He has separated. But in general, we are medium and large. That's all.
Okay, okay, if there are no more questions, then I suggest that we end it now. It's 3:13 in the afternoon. So thank you once again for all the resource person. Please give a big applause for them. Okay, so tomorrow we will start still at the same time at 9 o'clock, and we will pick you up at 8:15, just like today. Okay. Thank you so much and see you tomorrow.
Terima kasih.
Can you take a group photo?
Yes.
Terima kasih.